Hello, welcome to the live show. Oh my god, my hair is still ridiculous.
Looking great.
Hello. Just so you know, I just want everyone to know this. I was like, guys, should we postpone this sprints until a little bit later because I had to go mow the lawn. And then as soon as I finished, I like flung everything off, took a shower, and then arrived here. So I was like, I'm gonna make it in time. 7:29 and a half. I am like logging onto my computer. So
very proud and impressed. Why was that so important? Like, why couldn't you just mow the lawn tomorrow's your birthday?
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Sunday then.
I was just like, can we like hang out outside tomorrow and enjoy the nice weather? And my dad was like, well, the lawn looks pretty bad, bud. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll mow it.
Wow.
So, but that's not why we're here for mowing the lawn stories. It could be, but we're actually here for some reading sprints or productivity sprints, or whatever you want sprints. So I have a couple of friends that are on screen with me right now. I think we're going to have a couple more people that are joining us throughout as they can make it. But I have some like OG booktube besties and some like more recent besties. Love everybody here. But do you guys want to go around and introduce yourself? Maybe talk about what you're reading or working on today?
Sure. Do you want to just do like the circle thing?
Yeah. So you can start, Angela, if you want.
Oh, cool. I'm Angela, and I'm going to read Escaping Exodus. That's what I've decided on.
Ooh.
It's a really pretty cover if you've never seen it.
Pretty.
I'm obsessed with both of them. I have the other one next to me to motivate me.
I was just thinking about reading that.
Is that a black
That's so
author?
funny. I feel like,
Yeah, this Nikki Drayden's awesome. I've read The Prey of Gods by her.
I gotta check this out.
I also think that she is queer as well. So
Yeah, I'm unsure about that just because, like, unless people say it, I never know, and I'm bad at following people on Twitter. But
that's so funny. It feels like a sign right now.
You should pick it up because I'm only a chapter in. I've only read 28 pages.
An impromptu buddy read. Go for it.
Oh, here we go.
I'm intrigued by it though. So, because the one thing I do know about Nikki Drayden from Prey of Gods is they just like have really wacky ideas and aren't afraid to just like commit, and I appreciate that.
What else have they written?
The Prey of Gods. This says also a book called Temper or something. I haven't read that one, but it's a standalone, I think. And they've also first wrote short stories, I think. But they have 3 books that I've actually like seen in the wild in bookstores.
That's like D. Jelly Clark. All of his work has been novellas up until Master of Jinn. And I don't know. I know, did you just finish Master of Jinn, Angela?
Yeah, I finished it a couple hours ago.
Okay. Did you read the novellas leading up to Master of Jinn? Yeah.
I don't think
really
they're required reading, but I did read them because I'm a perfectionist or completionist. That's the better word.
I did that too.
How many are there? Because I want to read. I've only read. I think the only one that I've read in that universe is the Tramcar 15.
I think of the 2, A Dead Jinn in Cairo is more important if either of them is important.
Okay.
But
yeah, so
the book assumes you haven't read it. So
yeah. Okay. So Dead Jinn in Cairo was the first one, and then it's The Haunting of Tramcar 15, and then Master of Jinn. But the first one, The Dead Jinn in Cairo, follows the same character who's the main character in A Master of Jinn.
Yeah, and I think they're briefly in Tramcar, right? The lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
yeah.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Is it? Oh, we're going this way. Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Stephanie Bookish. I finally finished House of Hollow today.
Yay!
And so I don't know. I have Yoke because that's the Winers Book Club pick, and it was Casey's pick for me reading my friend's reads. But
you should do that.
Oh my god, you have class. Why am I freaking out like that's my book? It's not, but I just for the Winers next one, so I'm all excited for it.
I mean, I know nothing about Yoke. I mean, obviously you probably should read it if you have obligations, but I can tell you She Who Became the Sun is good.
Oh, you read it?
Yeah, I had an arc. I finished it last week or something.
It might just be this then.
Why does it look so thick?
Because it's only 400 pages. Or at least the arc was. Not bad.
Yeah, I think it's that long. Yeah, it says 411.
Okay.
I'm jealous that that one is the one that's published from Tor, so it gets a hardback. The others in the Sapphic trifecta are orbit, so they don't get.
I know. I actually have. It's funny because on my book cart, I have.
I love that one.
I know. Anyway, so I don't know what to read, but it seems like it's gonna be nope, wrong one. She who became the sun.
Good choice.
I think one is probably easier to get into on a reading sprint, if that makes any difference. So,
which one is easier?
I feel like, well, first of all, I feel like I'm saying yolk wrong all of a sudden. I feel like
I don't know. Okay, so today I did try a chapter thing. So I started yolk. I don't know.
Oh,
and
no.
the narrator actually says yolk, but I've never said it like that. So I don't know. I'm probably wrong.
The L to me.
I do pronounce it Yoke, but I recognize that that's wrong, but that is what I say.
That's how I've
never heard that before just now when she was talking about what book she was going to read. So interesting.
That's how I've been led to believe it's pronounced yoke. No L.
No.
Silent.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think you're right that we're forgetting a letter, but it is what it is.
There's definitely an L in there, but I don't say yolk.
Everyone in the comments, how do you say egg yolk?
Right.
To be fair to you about words like this,
with an L or without an L?
I say button, and most people say button. Yeah.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Button.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Maybe it's a regional thing, though, because I don't know. This could be totally out of my ass. I'm not a linguist or anything, but we need Noelle to come here. All right, on Monday we'll ask Noelle for an answer. But here's my theory. It's just in certain regions, it's a very the dialect is all focused on talk faster. That's the only thing I really know about New Jersey and New York is it's always let's go, let's keep talking, everything talk. So you don't really have the time.
I'm from the South, so
yeah,
you don't really have the time per se to pronounce all of the supposed letters that are in a word, so they automatically get shortened. So if I was supposed to say yolk, yolk, where it's hi, do you want your eggs over easy? Do you want the yolk to show? I just be do you want yolk or do you want not? Do you want the eggs to show the thing? Do you want? And I would just explain it 5 times instead of just saying the L. I don't know.
So where are you from, Angela?
I looked it up on Google. The first thing says it should be pronounced, at least in American pronunciation, Y-O-W-K.
Yolk. Oh, so you wouldn't say the L. Unless I mean yow.
But I mean, that's just the first link on Google. Google has led me astray.
That's just my southern slang. I speed it. I slow everything. I think I talk very fast, but apparently I'm slowing it down by saying yolk. But anyway.
I never know with California. I feel like Californians are lazy with words, but we don't talk fast, super fast.
You just shorten everything to and
well, that's okay. So that's the other thing, though. I'm from Northern California, and Northern California and Southern California have completely different dialects.
Well, it's a big state, so
yeah. But they're also totally different. Weather and landscape. So in Northern California, there are beaches, but they're cold beaches. People aren't just chilling on the beach. Yeah. Whereas most people think of California and they're oh, surfing, bro. And it's no, it snows in Northern California. And
yeah, it's more like the beaches in Massachusetts or Maine.
Yeah. I was very disappointed. I went to San Francisco 2 years ago now, the summer, and I was I'm gonna bring my bathing suit.
Nope, it's cold.
No. I was wait, I have to bring a jacket everywhere?
Yeah, the average temperature in because I'm from the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and so the average temperature, there's no air conditionings in any of the houses because the average temperature is 60 something,
crazy, yeah,
or below, and then there's always fog and it's cold. Yeah, unless you get further outside of San Francisco. So I went to school in the Sacramento Valley, which is the capital of California. And it's all agriculture. And during the summer, it gets on average, it's in the hundreds. So
Oh, wow.
it's like a completely different weather.
Oh my God.
But it's a lot of like, it doesn't have many beaches. It just has like rivers and lakes and stuff.
Which is still fun.
Yeah.
I want to hang out on a lakefront or something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember where Charmed took place because that was a California city, but I think it was Sacramento and not San Diego.
Was it?
It had the bridge. The red bridge was always there. It's where they always met the elders.
Oh, it must have been San Francisco. Let me look.
Yeah.
Well, hi. Oh, sorry. I was going to introduce myself. But
Sorry.
Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jayla from Olives Lit. I don't know what I'm reading yet, but I forgot that I have nachos in the oven, so I'm going to go get those. Bye. Comments now.
You're like a very quick introduction.
Very quick intro.
Also, you're right. It did take place in San Francisco.
Okay. Well, no, I was completely wrong. I said Sacramento and San Diego, and that's
Oh,
the one
sorry. I
didn't
thought
think
you
of.
said San Francisco. It takes place in San Francisco, but it's just like I was talking about. I don't know if I talked about it yesterday or the day before. Like That's So Raven takes place in San Francisco, and the only way that you would know, but the only way that you would know that is because they sometimes show the Bay Bridge. Yeah.
No, I know it because of the trolleys.
Oh yeah, I
Trolley
forgot about that.
transitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think part of it was I was remembering an episode of Charmed where there was fog, and I'm like, is that a part of it? I can't remember. And I was like, Phoebe wears clothing that would not make sense for 60-degree weather, but Phoebe wore clothing that didn't make sense most of the time. So
I burned it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Is it just one or is it like all of them?
No, it's a lot of them. And all the tomatoes on top are just crisp now, but it's fine. Still yummy.
okay.
As long as
No,
you-
you're pronouncing it apparently right.
Yolk. Okay, this person does. Also, this person says, "Do you know who I am? I know that you are the uterus person, but I don't know your name." So
You
yes,
were the uterus person, and that's all we need to know.
Angela's like, was not here for this, but
I mean, I'm not anti-uterus talk in general. It was out of context.
This person was very into the uterus
we're
talk.
very pro uterus. And only because when we were doing the Reader Dare readathon, we had a challenge to do a Mad Lib that was like all chosen by the chat basically, and this person just like found a way to convert uterus into every part of speech possible, like from like part of the body, which it actually was, into like it's an adjective, it's an adverb, it's like a verb now. Like it was
I was gonna say, what was its verb? That's the one I want to know.
uterusing,
Yep, pretty
I
much.
think.
It was just literally uterus plus ing or uterus plus y or something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that. I totally say yolk rather than yolk. And people pick on me how I say
Pillow.
pillow because I say pilla.
Are you from the South?
Yeah, I'm curious, like, where are you from if you pronounce stuff like pilla? Because I haven't really heard that myself.
I haven't heard that either.
My name is you.
Oh, what is your name?
Whichever one you want.
As well as uterus woman.
Also, I didn't get to like fully comment on every single person's thing, but hello and thank you for the birthday wishes. Very excited for all of you to be here and for all the different cool things that you guys are reading. It sounds like several people are picking up The Maidens soon or currently reading it. We have Persuasion, we have Innocence Taken, and we have more of The Maidens.
Nice.
So, very exciting. Also, we have somebody who's doing a readathon, which is Lydia / Uterus Woman, doing a readathon later. So right now they're going to write.
Nice.
So
I think, isn't Mel doing a readathon? 24
I think
hours?
there is a readathon starting. I guess it starts like at midnight tonight,
Uh-oh.
probably. Maybe.
Should I participate in that?
So usually those are like really great sprints as well. So if you guys are not tired of sprints when we're finished, then definitely go check out Mel's channel. Is it not yolk like an egg? So the O sound.
I think we're all saying the O sound, but some people don't pronounce the L.
Mm-hmm.
which is-
Yeah, it's not like how I say milk, like with the LK at the end. It's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, so why do you say milk, but you don't say
I
yolk?
don't know. I mean, I don't even think I say milk correctly. I think I say it with an E. My friends have
Milk?
always told me that.
Milk.
Like milk instead of milk. It's hard. I have a complex about that word in particular, but that's
Is
my own
that
issue.
At least partially this is me again trying to be an intellectual. It's definitely related to the actual like vowel that comes before it and the shape of your mouth that it makes. So trying to naturally go like O-L-K is usually like, again, like with the talking fast, it's not as natural as ilk. Ilk seems like it's kind of like the same motion of your mouth, whereas ulk is a little bit more awkward for your mouth to make. So if you're not used to doing it, then it definitely seems like.
Yeah, but I think you could train yourself to be used to doing it. Like, obviously.
I'm sure you could. I just think that, like, for you and I, Angela, or Steph as well, for us, just saying, like, yolk is, like, a little bit more of an effort because we're not used to doing it.
Pronouncing anything for me is an effort. I watch back my videos sometimes and I'm like, what? It does not sound like that in my head.
Yeah. When I started doing all my captions, I'm like, I don't talk in complete sentences. That word doesn't make sense, but I'll make it better in the captions. Someone else can understand.
Smart.
I always think that I'm speaking in a way that makes sense for the video, and then when I watch it back, I'm just like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You don't finish a single sentence ever. You just start the next one in the middle of this one, and then you just keep speaking. There are no breaks. There are no pauses for me.
It's very
Everything is so annoying because you're just like, you listen and you're like, oh, if I could just cut this right here and make it make sense logically with the next clip, this would be fine. But I have to leave in this incoherent rambling, otherwise it makes no sense.
Yeah. I'm like, if I had just said the name of the book again, this one where blah 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 blah, then I'm like, I can't do this.
Yes.
Anyway.
Oh, I got this on Book of the Month, and I hope you're liking it.
Is this a thriller? Because I think I just saw
Yeah,
this
it's a thriller set in like a couple goes into lockdown together or something.
In the lockdown?
Like quarantine lockdown. Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Let me know how it is if you read it, Jayla. Let me know how. I'm very interested. I'm reading City of Brass. Love City of Brass. It's already your birthday here, Rachel, so happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Oh, look at that.
I'm from Louisiana originally, but that's about my only southern sounding word. I have a TV accent mostly.
Does that mean like a very southern belle? What does that mean?
I assume it's kind of like less exaggerated vowels.
Yeah, I think most TV personalities learn how to talk in the Midwest in very neutral territories.
Yeah.
Because it's, by someone's definition, a more understandable form. So maybe that's what they mean. I don't know.
I think so.
The more you know. Hello, Kayla.
Yes, Mel is doing a readathon from midnight to midnight, and that's the one I'm participating in. Yeah, Mel always does a readathon, a 24-hour readathon every month, so it just so happened to land right around there. I feel like I never like truly participate in the readathons, but I do like going to the sprints. They're really fun. Starting Sadie, I still need to read that.
Are you listening to it on audiobook or physically reading?
I've heard that's the way to do it, is listening to it.
The audiobook is incredible.
Also, love the name. Problematic and loving it. What a title. I've never heard people say yoke like that. I've always heard it as yoke. Maybe we just don't do that in the UK. I don't know.
I'm not going to do it in America either. I'm just wrong.
I'm the same. I don't finish sentences and it makes no sense. The thing is, like, if I watch another person's video, it's probably because I don't see any of the behind the scenes, but I just think, like, this person is so eloquent. They can say everything perfectly. And then when I do my own, I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, why have I done this? Because I haven't cut anything out yet and I can't unhear.
Sometimes when I am feeling really not confident about a video and I'm like getting frustrated when I'm editing it, I have to go back and watch a part of it that I've actually edited to make myself feel better, to be like, okay, it actually makes sense. Otherwise, I'm always on the verge. I can't tell you how many videos I just don't post because I hate them.
Yeah, it's always on the verge of like, should I even complete this?
Yeah. Well, I watch both of you, and I will let you know from third-party perspectives, you guys sound eloquent, so it's all in your head.
Those are the ones that we're posting, though.
So true.
I mean, fair, but like, everyone likes a good ramble. It's fine.
Yeah, the other thing is, I think we're usually very, like, obviously, like, most people are very self-judgmental, but I think in terms of content, we're also usually very quick to say like, I have to cut this out. This looks stupid. I can't do this thing. But when you watch someone else's video, even when they go on a rant, and even if like you professionally were like, okay, maybe we should cut out all the rants or whatever, it's still kind of just fun to watch other people do stuff. And just like, that's part of their personality, that they want to rant about this thing and then they're doing it on the camera. So I feel like keeping that in consideration, I try to cut out things that I just genuinely don't think are like interesting for the video, but I will leave in certain things where I'm just like, I'm going to rant about this thing for probably approximately 20 seconds. It's fine. It's really fine. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think a lot of us watch content because we're like hanging out with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if someone's like not going to, you know, show their personality on the camera, there's kind of no point to watch them, because the whole reason to do it is just at this point to like watch your friends or watch the people that you enjoy.
Yeah.
Elle says, I just recently found you guys, so I'm still getting to know you and catching up on your videos. What is one book that you keep progressing?
All of them.
oh my gosh, you cannot still be. It's so short.
I know, it's so short.
The judgment.
I'm judging because how many TBRs ago? How many?
Oh.
No, it's worthy. It was literally my July TBR of last year that I first put it on.
Oh my god.
Then I never even talked about it again until December. And that was when I was going to buddy read it with somebody. So I was like, oh, I'm going to buddy read this book. And I talked about it again. And then since then, it's been on basically every single TBR.
You know how many people? Is that a library book too?
It's a library book. I obviously like return it. I don't have it out from like months and months, but I'll return it and then I'll just go get it from a different library or from my own library and wait. So before, like when everything had to like quarantine and like don't touch anything and everything before they were letting you into the library, let me in the library. Then everything was always like, can I have this book back? Please, I'll come pick it up from the truck, please. Thank you very much. So, what about you guys?
How far have you gotten? Like, I know you've started it and stopped a few times.
I think I am like 50 something pages in or so.
I mean, do you know if you like it or not? Like, I feel like you're at a place where you'll know if you want to DNF it or not.
I think I'm basically like 55 pages in, if I'm not mistaken.
Because that's like, only, what, 150, 200 page novella? I can't remember.
It's very short, yeah.
Like, I read that in an afternoon. Granted, it was during lockdown and I had no life. So that's what I just did for the afternoon. I'm a very slow reader.
To me.
No, I feel you. Yeah. It's really just me, like, continue. And, like, there's no reason for it. But it's just me continuously being like, this is the book. Everybody has, you know, some kind of hype around it. That it's either, like, fantastic and it's the best, or, like, it was really disappointing. And around the time I was really hyped to read it, some friends read it and they were like, this was really bad. I gave it 2 stars. Or, like, it wasn't for me. I gave it, like, on no rating because I didn't like it. So it just kind of made me, like, a little, like, should I read this? And then at the moment when I had a buddy read with someone, I was like, yes, we're going to read it. And then she read the whole thing in an afternoon because she's a normal person and not me. And then I was like, well, now I have no motivation to read this book right now, because I was also doing like a really intensive readathon where you had to post like 3 times, or like once every 3 days you had to like post a video or something. So I didn't get around to reading it, unfortunately. 1 million excuses later, I, as always, am saying I would really like to actually read it and just get it out of the way, because out of like the number of videos I've posted, I've probably mentioned this book almost half of all of my videos at this point, and I just feel like it's ridiculous.
Okay, so read it tonight.
Yeah.
I think I will, because I actually, the last 2 reading sprints that I hosted, I was only editing videos, and I just like want to use these sprints to actually read. And I actually need to read this for the Tower Readathon. So if everything goes well, I'm going to finish this book today, ideally. That would be like the ultimate birthday present to myself, to not have this week.
Yes.
What's good? It's over there.
Actually, okay, so to take the spotlight off of Rachel for a second.
For 1 second.
Oh, hi, Nicole.
Hi.
That's my answer to that question about a book you've been procrastinating. I've been procrastinating finishing the rest of the Poppy Wars series.
I have very unpopular opinions about the end of that trilogy, so.
I remember everyone loving it, and then I watched your video and I was like, actually, like my jaw dropped on the floor. Like I was at work like, what? Oh
I told you they're unpopular opinions. For everyone who loves it, I'm very happy for them. That's everything I wanted. So.
My answer was also the Poppy War and the City of Brass, the David Bond trilogy.
Oh, David Bond is so good. It's
That's
such a
true
summer
too.
series too.
That's true too, because it was when I first discovered Book of the Month, like years ago, whenever City of Brass was first being published. I got that book early and I was so hyped for it.
They had those on Book of the Month?
City of Brass was part of Book of the Month?
I've seen some of those editions around.
Just the first one.
Do you have one? Can I see it? Is it special?
Oh, I don't have one.
I would love to see
I'll
it.
grab it in a second. But yeah, that one, I was like so adamant that I was going to read it, and I still haven't.
Okay, let's read it together. I'm sorry. I feel like people are always proposing buddy reads on this thing, and it's like a lot of pressure to say no on camera.
Oh my god. John came into a different sprint a while ago, and we were, I wouldn't say bullying, but we were talking about the Poppy War and how good it was, and John was like, I didn't like it.
That's okay, John. I support you.
I do recall this take. I think he said that he DNF'd it before, but he was going to try it again. I hope we did not like peer pressure you to read something you genuinely don't want to read. So like, you don't have to if you hate it. Like, don't force yourself to read it. But
I hope they don't have that kind of power. They're literally faces on a screen. They cannot bully you into reading.
Yeah, like I hope that we are not like influencing you in a bad way or anything like that. But I'm curious why you actually won't like it, because I know that you DNF'd like 50 pages in, I think you said.
Yeah, I would be curious to know if he liked the second half more than the first.
Yeah. And he did say he was going to give the Poppy War another go, but maybe he changed his mind. Not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Also, hi, Darian.
Hi. How are you feeling?
Just got her second COVID shot today, I think. So she's not on sprints today, but thank you for popping in for a little bit. We love you too. Hello, Darian. I missed a couple comments before. I just want to... Oh, did anybody else have an answer for this that didn't answer yet?
I don't want to answer this question. Too many. I have way too many.
There are a lot.
Just one. Just one.
I don't know. I'm usually actually pretty okay with it. But I guess, so I don't have the book I'm talking about, but I've been wanting to read We Free the Stars since January.
You can read it with fantasy.
So I'm going to be rereading We Hunt the Flame. So I have that.
I like your edition.
That was going to be my answer. I bought it a long time ago, and I've just never read it.
No, yeah, this is the superior paperback edition because it doesn't have the stupid cutoff, but it's from my library. It's not
pretty. Where did you get that copy?
Yeah,
the library.
But is it?
Is that
a U.S.
edition? Yeah, it's probably.
I mean, I got it from a U.S. library. That doesn't mean much to me.
I'm gonna do some digging.
I can give you the ISBN, but I have no clue.
Read it all out very slowly for me.
So wait, I have a question. Because I kind of been...
Oh, this is a UK edition. It only has pounds on it.
Oh.
I've been putting off the We Hunt the... I don't actually know what the...
It's the Arzawa or something like that.
Yeah, it's the name of the land series.
Oh, okay. So I've been putting it off because how many books are supposed to be in that series? Just 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's over. That's why I want to read it.
I just, you don't have to, but we're reading it next month as the first book of the Fantasy series book club.
I know.
A good time to do it.
Wow, I really didn't know it was a duology. I was I thought it was gonna have 5 books or something.
The young adult duology trend is strong, and I love it.
I'm very glad. It gives me the actual motivation to actually finish a series for the first time in my life.
Yeah, I have never finished yours, let alone read a sequel.
I've never finished a series, let alone has finished a sequel. Is that what you said? Ever?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, what about your Goosebumps books?
Okay, well, I guess. I don't count.
Those aren't sequels. They're all not connected.
Yeah, you don't
not connected at all. The only one is by She Who Must Not Be Named. That's the only one.
That's the only one. I guess
the selection.
You finished the selection, but nothing else.
Also, technically, Malibu Rising and Seven Husbands, but only barely. They're not really.
Those are just more
just
World Hopper Easter egg books.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I mean, you do you. If that makes you feel good, I'm not going to take it away from you.
Thank you. I'll add that.
But also, if you ever want to read a series, We Hunt the Flame.
I mean, we're reading Mistborn.
And I guess for all those who keep asking about the edition, all I have is that this costs £7 and 99 pences.
It's not, but it's not. I can't find it. It's like first of all, the UK edition is paperback is actually not.
Type the ISBN number.
Okay, I'll type it real quick. This was
it
a 2019 printing, so it's an older print or on. Yeah, I know the US copy's not like this. I'm gonna type it into the private chat because I don't know how to get to the other chat without opening something.
I was just saying read it out. I was going to type it into my Google search bar.
Okay, well, here's the ISBN 13. It's 978 152 903 4097.
I feel like this is bingo or like something.
It's so pretty. Okay.
It's really
I mean, it is nice. I think the font's a little small for my taste, but I'm pretty picky.
What does the other paperback look like? You said
It
that
looks more like the original hardback cover, but it has like that stupid new like inset trend that keeps happening where like the first cover doesn't go all the way to the edge, which drives me crazy. I think some people like it, but I hate it.
I do like it. I'm not that opposed to it. I own that in hardcover.
Okay, I just wanted to say I found another copy or like another version of the cover, which is also pretty cute. But I just typed it in and it gave me this instead. But it looks like that.
Yeah, I don't like that as much.
It's not as cute as the one that Angela has, but it does look pretty cute as is.
I love how we like all assume I own this. I should just
if you click on
my
paperback,
library.
it doesn't show you.
I mean, if you could do that.
But I typed in like the same ISBN code.
Yeah, and then something else came up. So
It just keeps bringing this one up.
I also like that. I'm sure this is in the other paperbacks too, but I like that there's art for the start of each chapter. I just like.
I like that.
That's cute.
Yeah, that is cute. Also, real quick, we do have a question from the chat. Out of interest, how would you spell these words?
Folklore? I don't think so. Folklore.
So wait, you don't say folk with the L?
I say
Folklore.
folklore.
Oh, okay. I don't know now that I'm overthinking it. You have to ask me like in 30
Folklore.
minutes. I don't know.
You
No,
wouldn't say
folklore.
folklore. Actually, wait, do people
Folklore.
Folklore.
I think I say folklore.
Folklore.
It doesn't
What is
sound
wrong
like a
with you
word
people?
anymore. Folk. That hurts my throat.
Ooh,
That's what I was just saying.
cinnamon
That's what I was saying about yolk. Like I can't yolk.
I think it's the Y going into the O that makes it weird, but the
It's
FO is
the
okay.
L after the K. Like there's LKL. Like because I'll say folk and yolk, but once you're like folklore, I don't know, it hurts me.
I agree.
Weirdos. That's all I have to say about that.
Lola says, I'm so bad on reading my TBR list this month. I am reading, but just not the books I've read for readathons, or I have read, right? Not the books I have read for readathons and buddy reads. I get what you're saying. Yes.
I understand this, yes.
Yeah. Every single time I make a TBR, I'm like, these are the books I would like to get to. Now, here are all the other books I'm going to read instead of this one. And I'll read like 5 of the ones off my TBR. I'm trying to be better with it. But actually, you know what? Like, I am doing well with Mistborn, though. Because, like,
I am
Mistborn
not.
was, like, from, I think, December or something, also on a TBR, where I was like, I want to read this, and I never mentioned it again. But I think I'm, like, 75% of the way through it now. Nice. It's pretty good.
What the hell, Rachel?
So, well, no one else is reading it. I had to read it for the tarot readathon that ends tomorrow. So I was like, I have to hurry and
I'm so sorry.
read them. If not priority, at least this.
Is that an audiobook that has Kate Redding in it, or is it a different audio narrator?
It is a man. That's all I know.
Oh, it's only a man, because I know for the Stormlight, it's the same dude, but also Kate Redding for like the female voices.
Yeah, I think it's just a dude. And
Yeah,
it's a little like jarring for the audiobook because every so often, like, he'll just say the stuff that's on the back or like whatever. So it's like, sometimes I worry I'm not the hero everyone thinks I am. And then the chapter will start, and the next chapter he'll be like, the philosophers assure me this is the time that this.
Well, that's because in the book, those are the epigraphs before the chapter.
Yeah. So like as like an audiobook, I'm just like, who is this? And then they just like start talking about Vin, and I'm like, I don't think this is the same person talking. I need to actually see this physically to understand.
If
Once I
anybody
actually cracked it open, I was like, okay, I understand like what's going on, because it's like very obvious when you look at it. Like this is just a little thing.
Yeah, no, that would be. I think that was less jarring to me when I was doing rereads in audio because I knew that was there. But yeah, first read, I think I'd be very.
That's
Yeah, I was a little bit confused.
By the way, that We Hunt the Flame edition is unavailable. I looked on.
Sorry, guys.
It says try Abe Books.
Thrift books?
I do like Abe Books.
I looked on Thrift Books. It's not there. And then Abe Books also says...
Wait, I can see it. Except for, like, it's only in the UK that you can... Well, it's free shipping within the UK.
I mean, I'm sure you can find it on eBay. Or isn't there that Panding... Like, the new used book app or something?
What new used book app?
It's on Abe Books. But the
There's
thing
Tango
is, though...
Books.
Tango?
Tango
Basically, Instagram plus selling books. People have to show the pictures, which makes me happy.
Oh.
What is
I
it?
did not know that was.
What's it
I'm on the second one.
Is it an app or it's just like a website?
It's an app
What's the name
called
of it?
Tango Books. I haven't purchased anything from it, but I'll occasionally look because I was really much looking for the U.S. original copies of Inheritance Trilogy because I'm that type of person. So.
I looked up Tango Books app and it's just like apps about how to tango.
You mean
No, Pango.
Pango?
P-A-N-G-O.
Okay, I also typed in Tango, but Pango has come up now.
No, Pango.
Pango.
So
I don't understand how this is going to help me read.
So the thing about the these unless that site has like actual pictures of the book, like if somebody took a picture of it or whatever. I've been using Thrift Books and Abe Books forever. And so like if editions share the same ISBN number, you'll think you're getting a certain cover and then it ships to you and it's not that cover.
Yeah.
That's the problem that a lot of people have. And I think they don't realize it's because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why like when I'm looking for a specific cover and I'm going to get it used, I want to see the picture. I want to see the condition. I want to make sure it's the cover.
I logged onto pangobooks.com and the first thing I see is lore for $8. Which I guess is a steal, but kind of not because it's not worth $8. But... Oh my god, you can get Red Rising for $4 and a nice edition of Strange the Dreamer for only $20. Wow, this is a great website.
Ooh,
okay, I won't endorse this any further yet. But
I'm about to say I only heard about it from Peru's Project and then Leanna's Library. That's where I heard about it from.
It seems great. I like it so far. That you can physically see it is such a big deal. So
it's really nice because some people use like Depop and stuff already for books, but this is just like one place for that. That's really cool.
Well, no, I was thinking about maybe using it to sell books. The only thing stopping me is I'm lazy about going to the post office, and I know I would have to do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I've been thinking about it though because I do have a number of books I feel like I could get rid of from like way back in the day. Before BookTube. Also, Yasmin is wondering what book you're on, Steph, from a long time
ago. The second book.
Wait, what do you mean?
Dragon Republic.
Poppy War, the Dragon Republic.
Oh, okay. I thought just like generally what you were reading because I think
I like
the Dragon Republic. Okay. Where are we? Okay. Darian said, this is from so long ago, I'm so sorry. Darian said, I am very tired, but other than that, I feel okay. I just woke up from a nap and now I'm going back for round 2. To nap? Wait.
You've earned it.
Yes, a second nap, I assume, right?
Why not?
I hope so. You deserve it, for sure. Yeah,
I'm a pro nap even if there's no excuse. I will never judge anyone for napping. I mean, I guess if they're on the job, but even then, I don't love capitalism, so.
Exactly. Most of
the time, I'd always be tired of this stuff.
You need a nap, you should just do it.
What?
Whomst?
No. Yeah, well, you're the only other person talking except me.
Oh, I didn't hear what you were saying. Sorry. What did you say?
No, what did you say is my question.
I thought you had said like a full sentence before, but I was just saying like I feel like if you're like tired to the point of your body shutting down, then you should just like take a nap.
Yeah.
You know, because like so much of
Dr. Rachel.
Exactly. I know stuff about linguistics a little bit and this, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like so much of like work culture is centered around like not sleeping and just like grinding and hustling. And I'm like, I kind of used to be that way. And now I'm like, take a nap.
I literally pulled an all-nighter after the sprints we did on Wednesday. So yeah.
Oh my God. Why?
Yeah.
For work?
I had to read a thing and write a report on it. So I stayed up all night writing the report. So I am all about the grind, I guess, but I do it reluctantly.
Oh, that's why you were sleepy yesterday.
Yes. That's why I knocked out, and I woke up at 5:03 and I was like, I'm supposed to be on that live right now.
It's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's totally fine. Hi, I am reading We'll Always Have Summer, the third book in the Summer. Oh, the Summer I Turned Pretty. Okay. Is it? Yeah, that's Jenny Han too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
There's going to be a mutiny unless I feed my cats, so I'm going to step away and go feed my cats. I
go.
thought we were going to be sprinting by now, so I wasn't.
Yeah, I thought so too. I can smell dinner from upstairs, so I think we'll sprint soon so I can like run, eat, and we can get some reading done.
I'm eating. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to. No, it's fine. I'm just going to make it through the comments and then we'll start a sprint very soon. John's like, I hate the Poppy War, but I'm waiting for it from the library.
I mean, I get it. Don't spend the money on it.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you don't think you're gonna like it, you should get it from the library. But it's just funny that he's out here like slandering the book when he's like, "I'll read it though." Why haven't? Yeah, I
want to know too.
There's so many pretty editions that are just like UK centric. Like UK cover only.
Well, I will say that a lot of the time the UK covers are not very cute though. So I won't take me out of their country.
Do we know why that happens? Like why they have those covers specifically? Like why is it because of the publishing houses? Because they're different.
It's definitely because of the houses, but I don't know why it's always ugly. But they have completely different designers. Yeah.
Culture. I don't know. Maybe out of print. Is We Hunt the Flame a good book for my first fantasy? Oh, I have read Shadow and Bone trilogy, which I hated. So I don't know if all fantasies. I would say most
fantasy is not like that.
Like that. I definitely would not write off the whole genre based on that. I know that like Shadow and Bone is more of like a some people love it, some people hate it series. So I definitely would not like treat it as like this is the best fantasy. So I couldn't say for sure if We Hunt the Flame is a good book because I haven't read it yet, but I have heard some pretty good things about it. Like with the Fantasy Series book club, we're generally picking books that like, yes, we want to read them, but for the most part, they're like series that have like somewhat mixed reviews sometimes. So like we are reading some like very popular series like The Diviners eventually, hopefully.
Yay!
Depends on what people vote on. Like we're doing it based on like what the majority votes for. So if we put The Diviners on a poll and people vote for that, we'll read it. But
can I be a guest on that book club?
Yes, of course.
I love The Diviners.
This is another moment. This is another moment of somebody else reading something that I was about to start. Or talking about reading something I was about to start. I was thinking of like vlogging my experience of reading the whole.
Do it.
All four of them.
Do it.
No, the audiobooks though. They're really great.
I like the audiobook for the first one a lot.
I heard that's good. Wonderful. Isn't there like a man named Dirty John?
Naughty John.
Naughty John.
Naughty John. Yes.
Sorry, Dirty John is a podcast.
It was like I was legitimate, like not scared, and it's not even a horror book, but that like listening to the audiobook put me in a really specific vibe, and I was like, I'm kind of not comfortable right now.
Whoa. I'm intrigued. A little afraid, but mostly intrigued.
They do the demonic stuff well. Yeah.
Very nice. Well,
did someone answer Rebecca's question about We Hunt the Flame?
Well, we haven't read it, but you have, so maybe you could comment on if you think it's a good one for a first fantasy.
I've read Shadow and Bone trilogy. I mean, so what I like about it is that it does have a lot of young adult tropes in it that I like, but it is a book that is very genuine in its setting and culture. So it does have a glossary. So I think some things people find harder about it than other books is actually just actual words in English that they just don't know. So it's not the fantasy part that people have more of an issue with. It's the actual, like, this is a Middle Eastern word you're not used to. But otherwise, it's kind of standard magic's not behaving. Here's a female protagonist that's different and has to save the day sort of stuff. It's fun.
It sounds like a good premise too. If you read like the Goodreads description, if that intrigues you, then I would say give it a try. But I also would say like whether you enjoy We Hunt the Flame or not, don't necessarily write off the entire fantasy genre, especially because that's like also only like a subset of YA fantasy that's like in set in a Middle Eastern setting.
Yeah.
So there are so many different things that you can try. I used to like think I didn't really like fantasy until I kind of realized there were so many different versions of fantasy. So
I
definitely,
remember those times back when you only read sci-fi.
yeah, not like those were the days I look back fondly, but like, wow, that was such a time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll also say I'm mostly an adult fantasy reader, but like I like it enough that I'm rereading it and I'm gonna read the sequel. So
Yeah.
like, I don't know. But
Well,
I mean,
like I think BookTube, like you were one of the first people I ever watched on BookTube before I even made a channel. And like when I was watching BookTube, it was maybe like 1 or 2 months before I decided to start a BookTube channel. So I really didn't know any of like the famous people or anything. So I really just like clicked around. And then because you were like, I like sci-fi books, and then you also talked about fantasy, I was like, oh, fantasy might be pretty cool. Maybe. Oh, I'll read this gigantic book. And you were like, maybe start smaller. And I was like, okay, I'll try. But
well,
like,
yeah, I mean, people can start anywhere. I don't like gatekeeping anything. Like if you want to start with the Wheel of Time, go crazy.
Do
but
it.
like also,
Don't.
you know, if you want to dip your toes in, there are standalone books.
exactly.
My,
Hi, Amanda. Thanks for
Hi.
my only suggestion is don't ever make a video about Wheel of Time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
That
I'm
what-
scared. I have to make mine, and I have very lukewarm opinions on Wheel of Time.
Oh.
Wait, like never make a video on Wheel of Time, or only make one if it's positive?
They're just
Just don't.
I mean,
Don't.
You'll probably
don't.
say something that pisses everyone off anyway. Even
I
if
mean,
you're
I gave it 4
not
stars,
bad.
and I still all of the comments were men trying to explain the book to me. Like
Yeah.
I had
Why I
paragraphs.
No.
Yeah.
which is
Annoying.
ridiculous because having read the first 6 books, it is basic. It's not that deep.
It wasn't that deep. Like I misunderstood one little thing, and I still think that I'm right. So there's that. But
you are right. Steph. You
The
are right.
definition of
energy.
90s
Yes,
gender
Steph.
theory, which I hate. Like I hate it. It's so men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
Oh my
nonsense.
god, the worst. I remember when Steph tweeted something that was like, "I wish the Wheel of Time had all
God.
women characters," and then like all
I
these
was
people
joking.
descended, and then they were like, "You don't understand the nuance of the story," and Steph was like, "It's a joke about." Like, I wish their women are better. Like,
Which is hilarious because literally the entire magic system is gender based, and women have the magic and basically power. So it's like even if there weren't any men in there, it wouldn't matter. I mean, it would, but it wouldn't matter. It could all be
it
women.
wouldn't be like now there's no magic. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's better than the alternative, I guess.
Also,
Well,
Iola was asking, or Lola, I actually don't know if there's an I or an L at the beginning.
I think it's an L.
Okay, well, I think if you read the first 2 to 3, you're for sure good. I don't actually know how they're doing seasons, but that seems like a natural place. I don't know. No one knows. No one even has a trailer. They are the biggest teases in the world to their fan base. They'll like eat up a little picture and like hyper analyze it. And like, you guys deserve better. You deserve a trailer.
Yasmin and I were just talking about this. That's what she's saying in the comments. Because she sent me the little photo that they released today about it coming in November. And I had no idea that they're not making them chronological to the books.
Really?
That apparently, yeah.
Oh man.
So like Yasmin and I can't even watch it because we're only on the 3rd book.
Dang.
I mean, I you know, as someone who's still going through it for no real good reason, the show's going to give you a fun experience, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I have very middling opinions about that series. I'm mostly doing it because I have friends reading it with me, and reading it with someone's fun. But
Yasmin just wants us to know I pronounce it folk.
wrong.
Also how I
no,
pronounce
yeah,
it.
no, that's not how I say it because that means like folks, like people.
Yeah, but like folklore.
I know. I think I say
Like
I think I
you say-
use L's there.
you say the L? Folk?
I think I say folk, like
So when you,
folk music.
Well, ask Amanda. Amanda's the new party here.
Yes.
How do you say egg, the little yellow thing?
Yolk.
say it again.
Say it one more time.
Yolk.
I feel like
Just
you're
Just
saying
yolk.
Yolk.
Do you pronounce the L?
No.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
from Michigan. Shit, we can't even pronounce nothing. Do you watch my videos?
don't understand. I don't understand.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So Emma says, I think this is how Emma's saying it. I say folk, but I say folklore.
Yeah. I
Well,
do
so
the same thing.
folklore seems like
No, you're just thinking about it too hard. It's
So
folklore.
hard.
I just say folklore. Like one L.
Sounds like you're saying
Folklore.
the same thing now.
Folklore.
Folklore.
I feel
Yokelore.
like I'm saying the L every time.
Folklore.
Yokelore.
Folk.
I think.
Yolklore.
Yolk.
Also, I do believe that this is usually like the opinion that Six of Crows is better. So
Yeah.
That's
But
what
also-
I've heard on YouTube.
also not like again like the epitome of fantasy. Like there's a lot more out there.
No,
Although-
Six of Crows is. No, I'm kidding.
I've heard
It's
it's
not the epitome of fantasy.
I am reading that next month because I am like trying to get down my TBR. And again, like one of the like things that's always on there is Ruin and Rising and Six of Crows. So I'm destroying. I am tackling those from my TBR next month, ideally. I'm roping Mo in because we were originally going to do our buddy read of Ruin and Rising, so it's going to happen. Are you liking Mistborn better now, Rachel? Yes, I am. Although all the stuff that's like at balls and stuff is not very interesting as much to me. Is this a bad take, Angela?
It's bad for me. I'm not the arbiter of truth.
I like every time that like they have a conversation about stuff at the ball, but every time they're like, "Oh my god, I have to go to a ball again," I'm like, "Just go to the ball." Like, we don't have to talk about this. And like every other scene is like going to the ball, and I'm like, "I want war. Talk
Wait,
to me about war."
You like Vin?
I like her enough, but I don't really like love her or dislike her particularly. She's like pretty neutral for me. I feel like she could have been written to be more dislikable to a general like palatable public, if that makes sense. Where like usually if there's like a female protagonist who isn't, I don't know, if there is a female protagonist, most people will find a way to hate her in general. So I just think that like she's like relatively well balanced in being like, I don't know everything that's going on, but I also have like street smarts. So it's not like she's like totally useless before someone tells her what to do, but she also has like a lot to learn, but a lot of like perseverance to do whatever she learns.
She starts off the series 16 or 17, but it's also a different world. So it doesn't have the same calendar system.
Yeah, so I think she started 16 because where I am just now, she was like, "Oh, I turned 17 last week," or something. So
I love her.
yes, I do like it a little more now because at the beginning I was like, "Nothing's happening in this book." Like at the very, very beginning when they were talking about like the people in the field, I was like, "Okay, this is interesting." And then for the next like pretty significant portion of the book, I was like, "Nothing's happening. I want things to happen, please." I think I would only say folk in that way if it was spelled folk. Like I
Literally folk though.
Like
That's what I-
Faulkner? Like
Folk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess we're all saying it the way we want to say it, and you guys are saying it wrong.
No one should ever take my pronunciation as gospel for anything. I hope everyone on my channel knows that. I said something nonsense like I was watching movies in publication order the other day. So.
I feel like Angela's the most reasonable, like level-headed person here, and everyone else is like, "No, I am the arbiter of truth. Like I am. Like you have to believe me."
No, I definitely don't.
Good to know.
Ryan says Panko Books is actually really good. I've ordered from there. Okay, great. And then also Allie Mae said that World of Books has, I assume, We Hunt the Flame.
But now that was how long
Oh my
ago?
God, that's a
Someone already
beautiful
bought it by
book.
now.
I'm catching up on comments. I'm sorry.
We've been talking for almost an hour already, and I did not realize it.
I prefer used books, so it's fine. Well, I don't prefer, but I like used books, so it's fine. Is 8 Books good? Yes, I buy from them all the time. There's a book that's hard to get, but they have it. Yes, I definitely highly recommend it. If they don't have a picture of it, I always feel a little more hesitant to purchase it. But if there's like a photo of it, then I usually feel pretty comfortable with it. And sometimes they actually ship from Book Depository, and I get them really cheap. So like my copy of The Poppy War, which is, hold on. It's this paperback one, but it kind of looks like the hardback ones. Because like I didn't really like the orange ones. They just look very like saturated. But I thought these were very beautiful. So like I got this from Book Depository and it was like $6 or less. And I got Dragon Republic also from Book Depository through 8 Books, and it was like $4 or something. So I recommend them, yes.
Oh, Yasmin gets me. This is nice. Yasmin, we need to be friends more.
Why does everyone hate the boss?
Yasmin, have you read The Mask of Mirrors? The Mask of Mirrors has some great ballroom fantasy scenes. I'm just
So
saying.
funny. I just bought that book.
Ooh, I saw that at the library the other day.
I also find language interesting. No shame.
It's fine. We brought up the oak thing.
I definitely started the conversation, so I'm sorry that I've derailed us this much.
There's always one, every single live so far, there's always been one thing that does it.
It fully derails everything. What was night 2? What was yesterday?
We talked about a lot of Nebraska.
Yeah, like musicals and movies.
Musicals, Nebraska, and Why I Cry at Boss Baby. That's why.
Also, I was looking up when Disney Channel original movies started because I got curious, and 97 was the first Disney Channel original movie.
What was it?
Oh my God.
I can't remember now, like Wind It Up or something. I don't know. It wasn't one I knew.
I've not heard of that.
Probably an extremely obscure title, but...
And like 2000 and 2001, they like put out like 24 movies, and then by the end, like now times, it's like 3 a year.
Like
and
2 or 3 a year, I think.
Yeah.
3 quality ones a year, though.
I think the last one I ever watched was Camp Rock 2.
Oh my God, yeah,
Camp Rock 2?
catch up.
Camp Rock 2.
Does that exist?
That should not be the one that you leave off your Disney Channel experience with. That was not.
That was the end, and then I just stopped watching.
Xenon was not the first one. That one came out.
I love Xenon.
I think the last one I saw was like Zapped with Zendaya, where she could like control boys through her phone.
Yeah.
Boys?
Yes. Only
Specifically
boys. I think there was like some guy she liked at school, but she realized that she could control all men with her cell phone because it got like zapped by. No, it was so bizarre. It was like her dog grabbed her phone and it like fell in a puddle and then it got hit by lightning.
Yeah.
And somehow, like something in the phone changed so she could control boys. I used to have this thing where I would like just look up like the premise of Disney Channel original movies because they just seemed fun and funny. And I looked up this one and I was like, okay, wait, this sounds pretty good. And we ended up watching it and I was like, you know what? Obviously, it's ridiculous, but it was a good time. And it's Zendaya, so like, how am I not going to have a good time?
How are you not going to have a good time? Exactly.
Also, let's answer Elle's question and then do a sprint, and then we will come back to the rest of the comments when we come back because I feel like we'll just keep talking because we're having a great time. But I know some people came here to actually read or do productivity things.
Hi.
So, hi Remy! Oh my God, hi!
What other genres do you read?
All right, I read science fiction. Like, I read a lot of science fiction. I actually have like 2 right next to me. And I also read literary and historical when my book club makes me, which means I do read like 12 of them a year. So, like, it's more than the average person, but it's not like my favorite genre, but it happens. So,
I'll genuinely read anything except for I don't read romance. Like, I try and it doesn't work for me.
Oh.
Ace, you know. But I'll read pretty much anything. I don't like, there are some genres that I love more than others, but I'll try anything if it sounds appealing or like somebody has talked about it in a way where I'm like, oh, I kind of like those things in a book. I might like this.
I'll read anything except mysteries. I tried to read an Agatha Christie novel and it ruined.
Do not do Agatha Christie. Just read other things.
It's too late, Rachel, but now I won't ever again.
Okay, wait, Jayla. If I send you like a manga that's a murder mystery, will you read it?
Yes, because it's a different. I don't know. I feel like that's
like it's a different format. It's very different.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite, like one of my favorite ever manga is a murder mystery series where it's just sort of like episodic. Like they solve the mystery.
This is the one that you. Wait, I don't remember. What's the name of it again?
It's called Case Closed in America, but it's also known as like Detective Conan in other places.
I will give it a try.
It's about like a detective teenage guy who's like really, really smart and usually will like help the police solve cases because he's just that smart. And one day he ends up following someone who's doing something kind of suspicious. And he sees something he shouldn't have, and they knock him out, and they give him this experimental drug that's supposed to kill him. But instead, the drug turns him into a little boy. And so he's like, okay, well, obviously, I don't want to see a little boy. I'd like to be like my normal self and get my body back. But if I do, then they'll probably, well, first of all, don't know how to do that. Number 2, if I do, then they'll know I'm alive, and they'll come back to kill me. So I need to keep my identity a secret so that way people don't like come after the people I love while I figure out like how to get back to normal. So like that's like the underlying thing, but he is like a child now, so he's like 5 years old. Remy, you're derailing. You're so cute.
Okay, I will say towards the recommendation though, because it's kind of more like sci-fi. Like I like stories with mysteries in them. I just don't like mystery novels, if that makes sense. So I feel like I would have enjoyed this regardless. But yes, I'll check it out.
Like that's not even like the full like what you experience. It's usually just like that's like the wacky setup for why there's a child at crime scenes that's like witnessing murder stuff, and he's like, okay, here's what's going on, and you're like, why is there like a 5-year-old?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But he has to like. It's so ridiculous.
Like he still behaves like a grown man, because that's hilarious to me.
Well, he's like 16 when he gets turned into a kid, so like he behaves like in the way that he's like smart or whatever, but he has to like pretend to be a child around other people so they don't get suspicious of him.
Gotcha.
But
So this is why you like Boss Baby.
no,
I love Boss Baby too, though. Wait,
You
if
also
you
like Umbrella Academy because that has that trope too.
Yes, and I love him. I love that character so much.
I like him as a character. The whole series is like pretty good, but I don't love it.
Okay.
Like the TV show. I mean, I haven't really read much of the comic.
I've only watched 5 episodes, so I obviously don't love Umbrella Academy that much either.
I
but
like season 1 a lot, but season 2 I did not really love as
I
much.
can't finish season 1 for some reason. But
Don't.
some of the characters are really good. Oh, don't.
Not don't, but I just mean like you don't have to. That's not what I meant. You don't have to watch season 2. You can finish season 1, but you don't have to like continue. That's what I mean.
If she finishes season 1, she's going to want to start season 2.
Yeah, but then you'll watch
that.
season 2 and you'll be like, this was a mistake.
I'm just saying, like, don't pretend like it's a complete thought because it's not.
It's not. It's not. But you will be unsatisfied, I think.
Okay.
Like there will be some questions that you get answered, but then you'll be like, and this is what you wanted from.
There is a 3rd season, right?
Yeah.
Coming? Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, everyone needs to finish answering the question and then we can.
Also, what other genres do people like?
I think we're on Nicole or maybe the Amanda. I don't know.
The Mando.
Or the dog.
I was going to say the dog. I don't know. I didn't know the dog's name, so I freaked out.
Oh,
I what other? I don't read fantasy, really, ever. I mostly read literary fiction. Like, if it is labeled literary fiction, I will read it. That's it. I don't know.
Period.
And like YA fiction. But literary fiction just hits. After reading The Mothers and the Vanishing Half by Britt Bennett, and Celeste Ng. So Little Pipes Everywhere, and the other one, which I can't remember, Everything I Never Told.
everything. Yeah.
Like after reading those 4 books, I realized that that's my jam.
Wait, Nicole, did you never read Shadow and Bone?
I read the first one.
Your man's in it.
I know. He's
Okay.
right here.
I thought so.
That's him. My boyfriend isn't home.
Oh my god, not the
My boyfriend is
Sorry to derail the conversation further, but Nicole, I just found your shop yesterday because of Rachel and like the talent. Hello, why didn't I know?
I don't want to. No, thank you.
I'm actually gonna link it in the description during the sprint. Everybody go
I'm gonna
subscribe. No, everyone go
now.
check out the shop.
Thank you, Steph. That's very sweet.
You're
Thank you, Rachel.
Of course. Amanda, what do you read besides fantasy?
Listen, romance all day, honey.
True.
That's the way it is here. Also, I like YA fantasy, but I'm not a huge like adult fantasy person. Just because I'm like not the brightest bunch, so I can't follow along with that. Well, I mean, it's just a lot of effort. Like all the characters that are in, like, oh my god, it's just overwhelming sometimes. So I'm very intimidated. But I do have Priory of the Orange Tree. I think it's like isn't that like labeled YA though?
I think it's labeled as adult.
Okay,
It's shelved as adult here.
One time and I was like, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I hate plot. Like I'm mostly here for
Characters.
just following a character and just getting my heart broken. So Taylor Jenkins Reid.
Can I advise you, as a literary fiction reader, to read the Broken Earth trilogy by N.K. Jemisin? Because I think you would love it.
I'm going to read that. Actually, yes,
Oh.
I'm gonna read that for like this.
You're going to love the intention of what she does with her prose, and you're going to hurt. It's going to be great for you.
That's so exciting. I'm also a theologist, and I'm excited to see like how that works out. You know?
Oh my
I'm
god.
excited. I feel like I'm really gonna like it. That's really good. Thank you for that recommendation. Now I'm like even more excited for.
I mean, there are like literally no other authors who are bold enough to be like, a whole point of view is going to be in second person. Deal with it.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Detective Conan vibes. Haha. Yeah. It's not a horror book. It's just a murder mystery series, and it's called Case Closed or Detective Conan. Okay. Oh, quickly to answer the question, I also am in the range of like reading most genres. Like, there's very few that I will like outwardly reject. But lately, I've been, even though my goal for the year was like to read more middle grade and read more horror and stuff. As I've been reading more, like middle grade so far has been fine, but as I've been reading more horror and reading more literary fiction, I find it extremely depressing or scary sometimes. Like, and not scary in the way that like I'm afraid, but I'm like I'm questioning my life's existence, and I don't like that.
I read The Devil All the Time, and I hated it. And I was like, how can someone write something so disgustingly scary? Like, just
all the time.
The Devil All the Time. Yeah.
What is that about?
I've heard the movie. Is that with Tom Holland in it?
With Tom Holland and Batman. Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson in his southern accent.
Which Batman? You can't just say Batman.
No, Batman, not Batman.
He's Batman.
But Rob Pattinson is still a Batman. How did this still work?
I think he's gonna do a good job, but we're not gonna get there.
I'm excited for that movie.
Me too.
It was weird. It was just a weird book. What horror have you read? Oh, you read that Horror Store, didn't you?
I liked Horror Store, but I feel like Horror Store is like not like it has enough like little notes from real life, which is really just about like, hey, capitalism is a machine and you show up here and then you work your ass off and you die. Like, that's not really like what the book is about, but there are like notes of that throughout the story that I'm like, okay, but this is not like a new fact I have to acknowledge about life. Then there are certain things that are not really like particularly horror per se, kind of like Pizza Girl, which was like literary fiction, but it just made me very depressed because I was like, oh, I relate to the main character on certain things, and then she would do certain other things, and I was like, oh god, like I just feel like I made a connection with a character on one thing, and now I feel tied to them, and then as their life like falls apart, I'm like, oh god, this could be really bad.
I love that. I don't know why.
That's how I think about Permanent Record.
Now I don't know.
You should read Pizza Girl then.
Yeah. I
Maybe.
want to.
Maybe you're like the one person we could recommend Pizza Girl to, because it's very hard to recommend to people given like what kind of book it is. Yeah. But anyway, let's sprint. I don't know how people are feeling about like the length of time, but I think like if we start with 30 minutes and then see if that's a good amount of time, we can do that. So we are going to sprint until 10 after the hour. Everybody want to hold up whatever it is that you are reading this time? I'm going to read this for once. Jayla.
I don't know yet.
Questionable. Okay, so everybody, we will see you back at 10 after the hour. Hello. The sprint is over. Also, Jess is here. Hi, Jess.
Hi, Jess.
Hello.
How did everybody do with their sprint?
Hi, Jess.
Hi, Amanda. Also, hi, Fortune.
I really, really like this book.
Okay. You just started it, right?
Yeah, but like, you know, when you like an author's writing style, it just doesn't even matter what they're talking about. That's just how I feel. So.
Definitely. I did read Time War.
Yay.
But also, so like, good. I had to like start from earlier because I didn't remember what was going on. So I made some progress there. But also, my parents are watching the Olympics downstairs, and like they recorded the opening ceremonies. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but they did this thing where like all these different artists drew the different Olympic sports as like these little like simple figures. So it would be like a kind of like a stick person. And if they were like riding a bike, it would just have like two little circles to show a bicycle. Or if they're swimming, then it just shows like their arm up in the water. So it was like, okay, here's all the symbols. And then they had like people who were dressed up as these stick figures. And then they had to like do all of those symbols like super duper fast. It's hard to like describe exactly what they did, but like they had like a blue head and like they looked like a stick figure person or something. And then they would have like a ball or like a bicycle looking thing, and then they would just have to like hold the pose of like whatever the like image was. It was really good. I don't know. It was like very like Japanese game show ish, if that makes sense. But like it was really good. I recommend it. I recommend the Olympics opening ceremony. Heard it here first, folks.
What events do you like to watch? I like to watch gymnastics and track.
We usually watch gymnastics and ice skating for the most part. I like to watch volleyball also.
Volleyball's good too.
I like the kayaking slaloms. What is it called when they do the obstacle course with the kayaks?
Oh, I don't know what it's called.
That's a sport.
Yeah.
How do we get into that?
It's similar to the skiing version. It's just called. It's the same word. It's just I'm not good at that word.
Oh,
Like an S.
That might be luge.
Yeah, the luge is the. Is that
That's a
like
winter thing.
That's winter sports, right?
is that just like a kind of like a
Luge is like
toboggan?
different- Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the same as the kayak one. It's like they're like on rapids. Like they make like a rapid setup and they have to like go through.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, the stress.
And they're like trying to get down the fastest, but they have to, meet all the checkpoints to get. I don't know. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's literally just like skiing, but with the raft or kayak, whatever.
But I also adore the gymnastics, and I get really jealous of everyone but the U.S. coverage of Olympics because we always have to wait for prime time, and I'm like, I just want to watch it when it's happening, and it's impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
They
like
said
2
that-
a.m. this year. I think you can stream it like on the Olympic website or something. There's like a.
Oh, okay.
I have
That's
a link for the gymnastics because I'm like obsessed with gymnastics. So, I watched like the podium training the other night. So
We watched that too.
One of my high school classmates made it to the Olympics.
Really?
Yeah, Grant Fisher in like track or whatever, running.
that's pretty cool.
One of my old track friends, because I did track in high school, it's Olympic level. I don't know if she's in this year's Olympics though. I have to go check on that, but her name's been
Literally
around.
so cool.
Anyway, back to reading.
So I'm just going to go through comments from before the sprints, but also folks who are in the chat, let us know how your reading sprint went. And if you're still reading what you were reading before, or if you joined since we last talked about it, whatever it is that you're reading now. Allie Mae asked, did they do a bind-up of all 3 of the Summary Turn Pretty books? I love when they do that. Is
They
that a
definitely did.
That's at
I don't
Target
think-
too.
Yeah.
I don't think it's controversial. There are some books where I appreciate that, but I don't usually buy them for most things.
I'm not
Yeah.
a bind-up
I love those.
person.
I guess
You
it-
love them, Mando?
Yeah, I love when they bind them all up. It's like, oh yes, finally, a whole series in one book. Plus, it's like one of my favorite series ever.
Mm.
So I have to have every version. Okay.
There's one series where they did that, but I get angry, and that's the Inheritance trilogy by Jemison. because they left out a short story that's at the end of the third book. And I'm like, but how? It was only 3 pages, which you wouldn't think is that important, but it is. It is if you have.
Well, I would think like if it's only 3 pages, how can they not include it?
Yeah, but they include the novella, but like I hate that bind up for that reason. Also, that one's one that becomes like this big. And it's like, how do you hold that?
Yeah, I've only ever seen the Inheritance trilogy as like a gigantic bind up. So the fact that it has the word trilogy in it is always so misleading to me because I'm like, isn't it one giant book? And I'm like, no, it's 3 books. It just only comes that way near me. I don't know why.
It is weird how I see the bind up more than I see the 3. I don't know. Like, I don't know what they were doing.
I literally don't even know what like the original 3 covers look like at all.
Oh, I can go show you, but I ordered the UK ones because they still had the old covers. Because now there's new covers that I don't love as much. And now I got the US ones on order.
We love to see pretty covers. If you want to show them, then feel free, but you don't have to if you don't want to get up.
I'll go get them. I have to feed the cats anyway, so continue answering people's questions. I'll be back.
Also, I assume that this was still about We Hunt the Flame, I think.
Get it for me.
It's on Amazon here for $10.50, or I could get it for $6-ish secondhand, and now I'm tempted. I
Get
mean,
both and send one to me, please. Thank you.
in the big book. Big wheel. Yeah, okay. So these were some of the comments we saw before, but we didn't really get to properly talk about them. But yes, Yasmin and Steph did a live show to talk about the first book. I don't know if you guys are still doing like a full read along, since the experience of doing a live show may have been a lot in the Wheel of Time sphere.
Actually, the live show was really good. It was mainly just like my video. I don't know about Yasmin's comments on her video, but like, yeah, my video was just like a bunch of men trying to explain things to me and being men. And then like on Twitter, I made a joke and got attacked. So, but actually our live was fine. Like there wasn't anybody in there that was being
like aggressive.
They were all really nice.
Yeah, I was very surprised because just based on like the live show like chat at the time, I was like, oh, maybe Wheel of Time stands are like really wholesome and nice and stuff. But then when you made the tweet, I was like, maybe not. Like maybe it's a mix. I don't know. Like the people who were in your chat were very nice though, because I was like, I haven't read this, and they were like, it's so good. You should read this thing. Okay, no one spoil it for anybody. Yeah. It's like I'll it's fine. You can spoil it. I'm here for a spoilery live show. It's fine. But they were very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Angela, do you want to show us the books?
Yeah. So this is not the same as the Inheritance Cycle. That has dragons on the cover. This is the first one. The first one takes place in a city in the sky, and then there's this person in the background. This one has a city in a tree.
I wonder why they changed them. I feel like that's way more. That is stunning. That's so much more appealing to me than the ones I have.
Yeah, they have now. They're all architecture based, which is more like Jemison's aesthetic. Like she prefers that, which I think's why she's cool with them. But like I love these, but these are all UK, so they're short and tight binding. So I'm trying to get the US ones. They're actually pretty floppy for UK, but yeah. But no, it's not the same as the Cycle, which has 4 books and they have dragons on the covers.
That's Paolini, right?
Yeah.
For Paolini.
I never read the 4th one, so I have no opinions on the end of the Cycle. I just thought we spent too much with dwarves in the 3rd book.
Okay.
A fair assessment, I guess. Rebecca asked, has anyone watched the Netflix series Young Royals? This sounds familiar, but I might be thinking...
I started watching Downton Abbey, and now it's getting like advertised to me.
Oh, are the Young Royals related to Downton Abbey?
No.
It's just probably the subject matter.
Same vibe?
Maybe, I don't know.
Period drama.
Yeah.
Wrist. It's like Red, White, and Royal Blue. I'm guessing, but I haven't read it. But it's so good. What do you think of the trilogy? I think this is still about the signature for me.
Which book am I on?
I think they're talking about Inheritance trilogy for you, Angela.
I've read all of the Inheritance trilogy.
That was an old comment. She was talking about Wheel of Time.
I finished the 6th book recently, so I have to enter the slog this fall. I read like a book a season.
Wait, how many books are in Wheel of Time?
14 and a half.
Oh my
And
god.
Brandon only does the last 3, right?
Yeah.
Brandon,
like I know him.
The first
Casual.
Brandy's Vandy.
No, but I think books 7 through 10 are the ones that even like diehard fans are like, yeah, we get it, but
That's a lot of books.
yeah, but they're also significantly shorter. Like I looked at word count. I'm already halfway through on word count. So,
Huh.
I don't know. I'll get there one day.
I wonder if Yasmin's still here, considering what time it is.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
don't see her commenting at all.
she may have headed down. I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm gonna blast through these comments. We got a lot of stuff about Yoke. We're just gonna move on.
Drastic.
When will we sprint? Yeah, exactly. This is about Mistborn. Okay, we saw this one. Mask of Mirrors. Never heard of it. I'll check it. This was like a pretty thick one. It has like a yellow mask on the front with a blue
It's a blue
background.
mask, I think.
Oh, a blue mask. Okay.
The new cover is like red and black, and it's so cool and beautiful, and I can't wait. The new cover, it's for The Liar's Knot.
That sounds pretty. Speaking of Maskers, I pre-ordered the second book. Oh.
Well, yeah, this was a series that the first book came out in January, and the second book's coming out in December, so it's like really quick.
Wow, that's super fast. And they're thick, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-author team, and it's based off their D&D campaign. Like, it's like a side arc in that world.
I'll go get it right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like Venetian with dream magic and like tarot magic and con artists and masked Avengers and.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It is. It's a very fun pleasure read for me. I have a fantastic time.
Oh, that's super fun. I feel like every time someone's like, it's like D&D, I'm like, I'm in.
Well, I don't know if it's like D&D. I just know they literally were inspired to make it while playing D&D with each other.
Like that is my like sleeper agent word where I'm like, that's my thing. Like everything I've been reading lately, I'm like, if I can't imagine it as a D&D campaign, I can't be invested in it. I'm just
What is Xenon? Only the best movie to ever come out of Disney Channel ever, with Raven Simone and that other chick.
I think they said, was it Xenon? Not
Oh,
yeah.
I can't read.
Shayla goes off.
So.
It is great though. Zoom, zoom, make my heart go.
Boom, boom, boom. Nova girl. Yes. Yasmin, if you're not here, then I know you're not going to see this, but it was something about the stepping. Camera! That really ruined that movie for me because they really thought they were doing something there. And
I haven't even seen that one, and I can imagine what nonsense happened.
oh my god, it's terrible. Please go watch for that scene alone.
I swear I saw that scene in the context of the movie, and I had like a slight moment of like, is that as cool as they think it is? It was only after people were talking about it and they did the whole like marching thing, and they were like, this is me rolling up at like this event, and I was like, this is so cringy. Like,
I rewatched the scene in High School Musical 2 where they're like making noise in the kitchen. That's also very cringe in hindsight.
Yeah, the one with no sounds, like when they're not singing and it's just like the kitchen sounds. I revisit that video all the time.
I have to go rewatch because I've never imagined it as cringy before.
I know
In
that's
hindsight,
if
it's
you
bad.
rewatch those, if you rewatch all of those like childhood movies,
like
TV
shows.
shows. I rewatched Lizzie McGuire, and like as much as I love Lizzie McGuire, okay,
Your book?
it was hard. It was a little hard, but it was so a good time, you know.
How unfortunate, yeah.
Okay, but the Lizzie McGuire movie is like gold. There are no
You know,
cringy moments
that
in movie.
remains like
Yeah, that's like a
remains
5-star.
Okay, good.
Like, it's not realistic, but it doesn't matter. It's 5
No,
stars.
it doesn't
Like,
matter. I don't need realism. I just need this movie.
I just
They
need
showed it. They showed it 2 or 3 years ago at like this local indie movie theater, and it was themed as like an early 2000s PJ party, and we all went
That's
dressed
so
up,
fun.
and we had like karaoke before. It was so sweet.
That's
It was
so
so
fun.
I actually saw the Lizzie McGuire movie in theaters at
Oh,
one point in time. I don't know.
It too.
Whoa.
When
Yeah.
it first came
And I
out.
was like living my best life.
It's so great.
That was like the peak.
Yeah.
I remember the last party I was at in my undergrad, like the summer before I left. At 2 a.m, we all just were screaming, "This is what dreams are made of!" Jumping on couches, and I was just like, "Yes, this is how I want to go out." And now I'm gonna go home and go to no other parties.
Yes.
Wait, you know how we were talking yesterday about like crying at random movies, and I talked about the Rugrats movie,
Mhm.
I realized that I watched that movie at a sleepover, and I was crying at the sleepover at the part where like
Aw.
Tommy is realizing that he loves his little brother. Just the waterworks.
Speaking of sleepover movies, anyone ever cried during the Pokemon movie? Because that was the one that got me.
I watched that as an adult, so no. But I watched.
I know adults who cry at that movie because it is sad.
Well,
It's so sad.
I've seen adults who grew up with it cry at it because it's like the nostalgia and like it was really sad as a child, but like as I guess like as an adult in college when my friends were all like, "You never saw the Pokemon movie? We gotta watch it." I watched it and they were all like, "This is so sad." And I was like, they turned to rocks. Like I don't like it's not gonna be permanent. Like,
Pikachu's trying to bring Ash back. What are you doing?
I was like, in 5 minutes they're gonna resolve this. I don't know why you guys are getting upset. And they were like,
visited the Tigger movie because that ruins me as a child.
really ruined my life as a child. I was so destroyed by that.
I have not rewatched it since I was like 8.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw it like one time as a kid, and I was like, "Great, I know what real pain is," and I never had to experience this movie again. I was in so much pain. It was like a bittersweet ending where he was like, "You're my family," but at the same time, I was like, "I can't." Tigger. I love you so much.
Oh yes.
Anyway, I did not know that you had an Agatha Christie reading vlog. I need to go watch that.
It was
Yeah,
actually
I'm gonna watch
the Reading Rush, or what is it called now? I think it's called Reading Rush.
I think it's still called Reading Rush.
Did
Yeah.
Reading Rush happen this year? It happened July last year,
It
but I
did
don't
not
think it
happen
happened.
I feel like I just did not talk about it at all.
I can understand why they decided to just not bring it up this year. But
Yeah, last year was a little rough.
yeah. But
Yeah.
I read and then there were none for that readathon last year. And then I was blogging the experience, and it shocking revelations about racism and Agatha Christie came out of that. So that's what she's talking about.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
title for that book.
Yeah, really.
Oh, that's the one that's like based on a really racist, like, what do you call it? Like nursery rhyme or something?
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay.
but then also the stuff actually in the book, like, they're also problematic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I read that a long time, not super long, but like a couple years ago. And I was like, are you really going to start the book with the original poem that this is based? This is like really bad. Like,
Yeah. It's just, and I know people don't know about it because they've changed the edition so much since the original, but
yeah, I feel like
I
they
had
just
an older edition.
but yeah. I don't tend to read horror, but I used to like Goosebumps when I was about 9 to 10. So I got the new R.L. Stein collection thing. So maybe I'll like that.
What is that?
R.L. Stein collection?
What is an R.L. Stein collection thing?
I don't know if this is what they're talking about, but they
Accusation.
recently made the Fear Street
Oh.
I think she's
novels.
talking
They
about
like,
wait, sorry, go ahead.
well, they put new covers on them and put like certain. I think it's like 5 of each of them in different bind-ups, and they have these really cool covers on them. They're not Goosebumps, but that's the only thing I know that came out recently.
I like
That's
Fear Street too, so this is okay for me. Collect.
Oh, I know that they released that movie. I never read Fear Street.
I love Fear Street. It made me feel like a cool teenager. I mean, I wasn't even a teenager. I was like 7 when I was reading those books, so that's why it made me feel like a cool teenager.
I mean, if it made you feel like a cool teenager at 7, I would say like that's a pretty good book.
Exactly.
I always felt that way because my brother is 6 years older than me, and I always wanted to be like him, which is why I read Goosebumps, even though I'm a big scaredy cat. And I remember like thinking, man, I am the coolest because I'm like my brother.
Aw.
That's really sweet.
I love that you're like, I am the coolest person ever after reading these Goosebump books for
Well,
just.
there was other stuff that I would do. I would like try to play video games and different things to be like my brother.
Aw.
That's adorable.
I don't think my sibling ever tried to be like me. I'm the oldest.
I don't think I ever tried to be like my sibling, so don't feel like it's a normal thing. That's definitely a weird just Steph thing.
Thanks.
In a good way, though. It's like
weird.
it's a like pure-hearted thing.
Yeah,
It sounds like a healthy relationship.
exactly. I can't relate. No, I'm kidding. Me and my sisters are very close-ish.
I mean, we're family. We are a healthy family. We're not best friends.
We haven't killed each other, so that's honestly that's all that you need to know.
All you can really ask for.
I stayed at home for 12 days straight, and we didn't get into a fight, which was a record for us.
There you go.
Well, let's call up Guinness.
That's gross.
Lisa gets it. She said that she wanted to be just like her sister.
Oh, I was the older sister. Well, I am the older sister. Not was. Oh god.
Continues to be.
What
This
happened?
is probably why I love all the sibling movies and tropes, because I just want to live vicariously through messy sibling relationships that become wholesome.
Those are the things that take me out. Like when to all the boys I've loved before and stuff, I'm like, who loves their sisters this much? I can't relate to this. This is unrealistic, and I don't like it.
I actually enjoyed it. Thought it was sweet, but I
It
agree.
is sweet, but I'm
I
just like,
agree with you.
I hear what you're saying, but also like when the younger sister does what she does with the letters, I was like, this is realistic.
Yeah.
That's the realistic part. Like when they were like, I'm gonna move to college, I was like, okay, but that part, that was accurate.
yeah.
But what they left out is like the big old fist fight that would have happened because.
Exactly.
I mean, that is the one thing my brother.
The movie, but
Huh?
I was going based off the movie, but it was just like a very like.
No, I
can't
didn't read the
believe
book.
You did that like slams door.
No,
and I
there's no fist fight. She was
Yeah,
just
I didn't. I was just
did not
joking
get beat. Like
because my brother used to like, even though we're close, he used to put me in headlocks and like slam me on the couch because he thought he was a pro wrestler.
You just felt
or
so
like
cool to
one
be a
day
part
I'll
of
be
it.
just like you.
I did. That's the one thing that I didn't do.
I think in the last stream, someone was talking about crying at the end of Onward because of that sibling relationship. So yes, that one's a very relatable one because like one raised the other, and that's very much like my family dynamic. And I'm just like, I started bawling, and I don't normally cry during movies, and my boyfriend was just like, "What's
I
that?"
am so upset at that movie
Okay.
Because
I don't want to spoil anything. I don't even know if this is a spoiler, but like the fact that one of them didn't get to hug the person.
Oh yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah, I mean like yes, but it was such a like mature thing for that character to do, even though they were giving up like such a sacrifice for them.
And I had to like work with the whole like I mean I get it, but I also think that was part of the
I'm mad
cry.
at it. I'm just so mad at it. But
My
it was very
boyfriend even
sweet.
cried at that.
My dad cried for sure, like hardcore.
I cried a lot.
Stop, Luca. I saw
Oh, I love Luca.
I haven't seen Luca
That's
yet.
probably my
Yeah.
favorite.
so many times.
Is
So
anyone else here as excited as I am for Encanto though? Because
Yes, movie
Yes.
looks so good. I'm excited. I can't believe it. Like I was happy with Coco, so I'm hoping that this is gonna, hold
That's
up.
a sob fest for me anytime I
Oh,
see Coco.
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, and, like it's Colombian and I'm Venezuelan, so I'm like right next door. And it's like this is the closest I'm ever getting to a Disney movie.
I know.
No, don't say that.
Even in Costa Rican, so that's like yes,
Yeah.
this is enough representation.
It's like this is it. This is as close as we're getting. It's not the same, but
I was okay. I was like satisfied with Coco. I was like, that's it. Like that's fine with me. And now in Encanto, like we're moving closer to the Caribbean a little bit.
and
You know?
like I cut my hair before grad school and I looked just like that main character. I'm like, oh, I could cut it again, but
You could be her.
well, I honestly just bought glasses, so I shouldn't buy new ones. But I was enticed by those green circle glasses. I was obsessed.
I am afraid. Like I'm scared they're gonna make her just like not human, which is something that Disney loves to do.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, turn into a like
She
being.
turns into things or like something like that, right? Like she has like that magic
I
ability.
thought
She doesn't have magic. That's the point of the movie. Is the rest of her family
everybody
does.
else in the family has stuff. Like there's like someone who's really strong, someone who can like grow plants everywhere, and like I don't remember the other talents, but like everyone has like some kind of magic. And they're
Okay,
like, so what's your thing? And she's like, I don't have one. And everyone's like, oh, so you're good at nothing. And she's like,
Where did you find?
"Thank you."
Where?
Like,
How do you know this information?
It's in the trailer.
Taylor. There is a
I haven't seen the trailer.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Go
No,
watch
you
the
didn't
trailer.
spoil anything. I didn't know that the trailer was out already.
yeah, I saw it on Twitter before
It's been out since the beginning of July.
July, I think.
All right.
Well, I only found out because my Twitter got really mad at Lin-Manuel Miranda, and I'm like, why are they mad at him again all of a sudden? Because it seemed like enough time from In the Heights, so I was confused.
Yeah, I think I'm
Why are they
following
mad?
the topic Lin-Manuel Miranda. So all this why not? Because I'm always getting stuff that's like, Lin, my beautiful son, has created yet another masterpiece. And I'm like, okay, so this is his dad. And then there's just always like random stuff with people like, Lin-Manuel Miranda, here's my child saying Hamilton after he got out of like surgery. And the first thing he said was like, Hamilton, play Hamilton. I was like, oh my God, this is like an infant child who just wants.
Did Lynn write the music for Encanto or something?
Yeah.
Yep. He was the composer.
He wrote the music for Moana too.
Yeah. That was back when I was a huge stan, so I knew everything that he was doing and had his hands in, but I've slowly drifted off. I'm not following. Actually, I am following him on Twitter. I'm following his topic on Twitter too. So, but I don't get on Twitter that much.
Yeah.
My thing is like every time I go into the search feature of Twitter and then I see like what's trending today, if I scroll a little bit too much, then every single thing I see is about Lin-Manuel Miranda, and eventually I'm like, I don't think this is trending. I think this is just my topic, the one topic I'm bothered to follow.
Yeah.
It's all the news I ever get about it. Also, Nicole, what's your favorite Taylor Jenkins read? Do you want to talk about it again?
Sure, anytime. My favorite, well, I've only read the 3 most famous ones. So my favorite is Evelyn Hugo, then Daisy Jones, and lastly, Malibu Rising. But they're all 5 stars. That's all.
That is the answer.
You haven't read any of her older stuff?
No, I want to start this like my friend Noelle from Noelle Attempts to Read came up with like the most genius name. The Taylor Jenkins Read Along, like read.
Oh yeah.
And we want to start it, I think, in September. So I think what I'd like to do is like read one of her older books and then read a popular one and then go back to like an older one like that. Like just switch. I was thinking of doing like by publication order, but that's too predictable, you know? Have you read any of them?
I read was it One True Loves?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really like that one, but I loved Evelyn Hugo, and I liked Daisy Jones, but Evelyn Hugo is probably my favorite.
I've read One True Loves as well. I felt kind of similar. It was kind of just like an average romance read for me.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. Plus, it's got like a love triangle kind of in it, which I wasn't really a huge fan of. But I mean, it was fine. But Daisy Jones is definitely my favorite. I haven't read Malibu Rising yet, though.
It's one of those things where, like, you read her 3 now that are really popular, and then you read the older ones, and you're like, "How is this the same author?"
Yeah, it's like 2 totally different like styles of writing and genres.
Yes.
It's very crazy.
I heard Forever Uninterrupted is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I've heard the same thing. I'm really excited to like read those other ones and just see that difference. I feel like people think that way about Leigh Bardugo, like when they read Ninth. Like I think a few people have never read anything by Leigh Bardugo, and then they read Ninth House, and then they go back and read Shadow and Bone, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah,
they're very different.
Ninth House was our first buddy read, Rachel.
It was. Oh my God, you're right. We read it with Ava.
Yeah.
And you were like, I like it. And I was like, I don't.
I mean, okay, I gave it 4 stars, which is a perfectly fine rating for it, and you gave it 2. That's fine.
That's fine. It was a good buddy read, which was also like one of my first buddy reads too, because it was like Voxer buddy read too. So it was like full conversation as we were going, no spoilers.
We also had full-on therapy sessions in that Voxer thing between the
we were like, let me unpack all of my family stuff. It's like, this is not about the book anymore. It was great. I still need to read this. Ace Baccarisas says, what's your favorite book adaptation?
I don't know if they're a bot anymore because they're here all the time.
Yeah, but look at the next one.
What is the next one?
Oh, it's the same last name.
Yeah, I think it's like a sister, brother, whatever duo. And
there's so many of them.
There are like 12.
It's just weird that they're always on. I feel like bots don't come to every single live. You know what I mean?
Well, now they're asking questions.
They always ask questions.
No, it used to just be like book to movie adaptations.
Yeah.
Like
no
this.
Oh, they're growing.
Maybe they're growing and learning how.
Yeah, maybe the
communication.
bot,
Guys, good for you, bots.
Anyway, my favorite book to movie adaptation is Catching Fire because it's amazing and everyone should watch it.
Yes, I agree with that.
Also, I like what the light's doing in your.
I can't get it. I can't get it correct. So
No,
we're just
it's amazing.
dealing with it.
I think mine's Arrival. I think if it has to be a movie and not a TV show, it's Arrival. I think.
I enjoy Eclipse.
I mean,
I don't
of the Twilight books to movies, although I like Breaking Dawn Part 1 because I laugh a lot in that one. Probably when I'm not
They're, like,
supposed
the
to,
best
but I laugh a lot.
I also really love the Little Women adaptation.
Oh, the new one?
I forgot about that.
Really,
You're
really
right.
good.
The
I've never
book's,
read the
not
book.
that great, but the movie is really good.
I love this 2019 one.
It was really
Yeah.
addicting, I have to admit. I put it
Can't
on
get
as
over
like a
the
placeholder.
costumes.
It made me cry.
It's
It was
so
so
good.
good.
I totally.
Sorsha, how do you say her name?
Saoirse.
Yeah.
Saoirse
Saoirse.
Ronan
Saoirse
can do
Ronan.
whatever she wants.
I love
Yes,
her.
I love her.
I love Florence
I
Pugh
love
as well,
her.
too.
And I
Yeah.
love Florence Pugh, and I just like the acting
They're
was
so
top
good.
notch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Speaking
totally
of
just
her,
Go see
unlocked a
Black
memory.
Widow because it's awesome.
I just
Black
thought
Widow
it-
was really good. If only for Florence Pugh.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, I
Also, if
forgot.
any of you guys, if you liked Little Women, the same director and a lot of the same cast is in the movie Lady Bird, which is fantastic.
I
Yes.
love Lady
Yeah.
Bird.
Okay,
as well.
that's so funny because that like always triggers a memory in me
Lady-
because it's in Sacramento, and so I went to school there and like lived there for a long time, and there's a huge mural of Lady Bird, like a real like gigantic mural of her that you can drive by, but there's a scene in the movie where she's when she's driving, that's really Sacramento. She was driving through
Oh.
Sacramento. And that was the first time I'd ever like seen it. That movie made me cry. So did
That
Little
movie
Women.
made
That movie's
me.
That
fantastic.
movie made me so sad. I loved it.
I love a good mother-daughter storyline, and that truly hit me. It hit.
Mm-hmm.
It hit and it was funny, and I've never seen speaking of musicals from yesterday, Merrily We Roll Along is a deep take to put into a movie. Like they pulled from some archives to put that in there.
Great. Just so
It
good.
was great.
What's her name? Greta Her.
Gerwig.
Gerwig.
Gerwig?
Yes, Gerwig.
I was about to say Thunberg, but that's the one who wants to end global warming.
That is the one.
Wrong, Greta.
The one who wants to end global warming.
She's the singular person. She's like
One
a
little child
in
is
the
from
world.
South Africa. Which country is she from again? She's not from here.
I think South Africa, yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
think
she?
that's right.
All I know is I keep seeing pictures of her in Antarctica, so I keep thinking she's from Antarctica, but she's definitely not from Antarctica.
I don't think
No
anyone
one's
is
from Antarctica. Has anyone
Nobody
been there?
is.
No one is
But if
from-
anybody could be, it would be Greta Thunberg. Okay, Karen Beckery wants to know, what's your favorite young adult book?
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. Hunger Games for sure.
Do I own? Well, I guess it's his Dark Materials for me. I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mm.
The entire series or just one of the books?
Oh, Catching Fire would be the best out of the Hunger Games then.
If I had to
Yeah.
pick just one of the books, it's Amber Spyglass, the third one. But
Oh.
I think of it as like one story.
I think one of my all-time favorite. I don't know which book to choose, but I really loved the Ember and the Ashes Quartet. I know not everybody loves it, but it's my favorite.
No, I just still need to read it.
Rachel, is Dildo Gaggins a frequent viewer?
That's what I was laughing at
What?
earlier.
Gaggin?
Because I'm screaming.
That's what I was. Yeah, I had a reaction earlier, but I really didn't want to say anything on.
But
I
why
didn't even
is that?
catch the name. I just saw the comment. I'm like, that's random.
What does that mean? Boromir.
I mean, that's like a
Uh-oh.
person in politics.
Oh, it's that
and-
guy. It's this guy.
Yeah.
You know, the
Oh,
like
there's
ghost
literally,
guy?
if you look at the face, it's a penis with a face on it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't
There's
see that.
Bilbo Baggins on a
Oh yeah, it is. It is him.
Really old Bilbo, like screaming.
The one when he like has to get rid of the ring.
I'm gonna go give my bunny. Hey, you're back.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to get through the comments again fast.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay.
Dildo Gaggins really took me out.
Hi. I'm on page 230 of the application. Don't know how I feel about that.
think that means you don't feel good about it. That's what I think.
It was
I'm just going
bad.
to tell you, you don't like your experience.
It's
Poppy
okay
didn't
if it's
shower.
just
It's
okay.
disgusting.
Yeah, that's what.
She was sweaty the whole book. Never showered.
Poppy is like the book
And Alex
personification
just went
of.
flat shower I don't know why you went to sleep with her because she was nasty.
Poppy is like if Camila Cabello was.
Oh my god, yes.
character.
I love Camila.
She doesn't shower.
And
Is that
also
a
she's
fact?
racist.
What?
Well,
How do you know this?
Wait a minute. I will not have Camila.
Have you seen a
slander
picture
here.
of her and stuff? On the streets of Miami, you can tell.
Oh. I'm gonna Google it.
no, it's just because when she
Shawn
was.
does both. They always look greasy.
Yeah.
She was greasy.
I don't remember how we started talking about this, but Jess and I were talking at some point about, I think, just random. Oh, I think we were in Target, and we were talking about what's her face? Do you know what I'm talking about? Victoria something?
Victoria Justice?
No. Okay, there was somebody who was in Fifth. Is that what it's called? Fifth Harmony?
Oh, Fifth Harmony.
Yeah, it's a group. That's a
She's
real
in that
thing.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever Camila Cabello's group used to be.
Yeah.
I think
We
it
were
was
talking
that one.
We were like, she's so talented, but Camila Cabello is the one who like blew up.
Mm.
And Jess was like, I don't like her because she doesn't shower. And we were like, wait, what do you mean? And she was like, have you ever seen a picture of her with Shawn Mendes? Because when they were all over each other being gross in public, it's like they wouldn't leave their homes for like so many days in a row. But then when they finally did, it was like they just had not showered for like a week. And they would just like go out to get coffee or something and then go.
Okay, but hold on. Sometimes my hair be really greasy, and like I did shower that day.
But she
She's
always
a different level.
Because like once Jess said it, I was like, you're correct.
Okay,
Like
I need info.
I don't want to pass judgment on people, but
I'm sorry, but I
Too
stand
late.
so hard, so I can't be changed on this.
I don't know. Reading Malice. Got 300 pages to go, just over halfway. Really liking it. Hoping to finish this
I
weekend.
don't see anything when I googled Camila Cabello shower.
It's in your shower.
Oh, she's
I'll see
I
if I
haven't
can
showered
find
since
something
last
for
year
you.
on Twitter.
I just Googled her name in Miami and you got some hits.
Yeah. There you go.
Let me see.
You're never going to get through the comments at this rate, Rachel.
No,
you
you're
should
so right.
outsource this type of Googling.
You're right, but I see the evidence. Okay. Hello! Oh my god, hi!
Hi.
Your picture is stunning.
1049 was
Ooh, that's good.
the bind. Oh, wow. That's really good. Oh my god, I love Downton Abbey. Nicole just left. It's my favorite show besides Killing Eve.
Killing Eve is so good, except for last season was questionable.
I want. Is it coming back with more?
It better. I'm not that. I mean, I don't know. I think so.
I hope so.
Except the last
It's today. There's 3 fantastic book tours doing live at the moment. I have
Here's
this
a gem.
one. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna blow up your screen.
Oh.
It's frozen. Oh, there we go.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
She do be looking like she needs a shower.
Oh.
Yeah, so does he.
That's a little more excessive. Than
I honestly did think that was like a scene for like Game of Thrones without makeup or any clothing yet.
Ooh.
Like,
Yeah, that dress
Okay,
is
this
cute.
one's even better.
oh, gosh.
I think that's just her not dressing glam, and that's okay.
Mm.
No.
Just
It's
everybody
not
looks
her
like
clothes.
that
Like,
all
she can
day,
wear whatever
every
she
day.
wants. She looks like she hasn't showered in a while.
Amanda's reaction, the
Super
oh.
defamation.
Oh no.
I mean, to each their own. I just don't want to be around
Just
her.
now I have to make sure I'm showered in every single video.
I mean,
It's literally only her that I've ever noticed.
I was about to say, like, I think the average person doesn't need to be told they need to
Yeah,
take care of their hygiene.
exactly.
Wait, she had to be told this?
Well, I don't think she did, but I mean, like, I guess we're all assuming that, I don't know, we're making judgments based off pictures in public.
Yeah.
You're right. That's valid.
To be fair, they're paparazzi pictures, but she looks a little rough.
I mean, to be honest, if I was in Hollywood, I would look rough every day. But
Same.
Yeah.
there's a difference between looking rough and looking
unclean.
We get it, Jess.
Jess is like, I really want Shawn
Okay,
Mendes to
I'm sorry, I'm
myself.
done.
No, oh my god, we had a whole other conversation that was like, we don't like Shawn Mendes.
Are they still dating?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
they
think
just
they
got locked
are.
out of their car the other day. There's a nice paparazzi video on the Hollywood Figs.
You know too much.
You have your, like, gymnastics
Oh my
feed
god,
and your
Squirt
Shawn Mendes
Vonnegut
feed.
too. What's happening?
Nature is amazing.
Oh yes, Squirt Vonnegut. I think he was here yesterday and said the same thing.
Hello?
Oh my god.
But his,
I'm a child. I'm sorry.
it was a different one, but the same picture. Okay, I'm trying to get back to reality.
Oh, okay.
Arl Stein, Christopher Pike, Lacey Andrews got me to read when I was younger. I just want to be just like my sister too. Sorry, ladies, I must go. Please stay safe. Enjoy your week. Bye, John. I think you're already gone. Goodbye anyway. I'm an only child.
20 minutes ago.
I'm
You're reading all of the things.
Wow, preparing for this 24 hour. Wow, you're gonna read all of that in 24 hours? Did you already
That's a lot of
start?
fantasy.
That is a lot.
That's a lot of pages.
Such a Boromir thing to say. I've only read Evelyn Hugo. It's absolute. Oh my god, it's jumped.
She has a new music video. Hold on a minute.
Don't say. Oh no. Eclipse. Ladybird, right?
Right.
Amber in the Ashes. I'm a Demi fan, but Camp Rock 2.
It was.
We can all admit it has nothing to do with Demi Lovato as a singer or a person. It was just Camp Rock 2 itself.
Yes.
Oh god. Okay. Well, when Nicole comes back, we'll ask me this question. I saw this too. I think it was in theaters also.
And Hannah Montana was a
I
time.
did too.
This is like the one where there's a picture of her with like the windswept bangs, and that one guy who was in the Taylor Swift video for "You Belong with Me,"
Yeah.
like the main love interest. And apparently, Taylor saw him in the Hannah Montana movie and was like, "Oh, you want to be in my music video?" And like that was the reason why he got that role.
I think I still just always freak out a little when I remember I'm like the same age as Miley Cyrus. I'm just like, can't do.
Hannah, I'm not Nicole, but the last great American dynasty is Evelyn Hugo, and I stand by. You're right.
Yeah, that's the only correct answer.
I saw Pokemon movies in theaters. Oh my god, we're so behind. I'm so behind. Lisa and I have to read Evelyn Hugo. I read it. Okay, hold on. As Taylor Swift songs. Yes, please do that. I would like to see that video. We want to read something. Let's mention Taylor Swift. There you go. It's completely valid. You know what? I massively respect her for not feeling like she has to dress up to get coffee, destroy those expectations. You're right. In general.
Yeah.
I'll leave it alone. You know what? Like in general, like women don't have to dress up to do whatever. Like you should be able to do whatever.
Yeah, I absolutely wasn't saying that.
It's not that. It's just that like she's always clutching his hand, and ever since I saw the video where they were making out and it looked disgusting,
Yeah.
and then they were like,
They
"Here's
just
an
make me feel
apology
uncomfortable.
video about us being gross kissing," and then they just did it again, but worse. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't like you. Like, sorry, I just don't like your vibe. Have you seen Camilla's video? No. Can't relate. My sister and I are 20 years apart, so I'm basically the only child. Oh my gosh. Released today. Still haven't seen it. Magical Sunflower. I get that. How long will your reviews be going for today? That's a great question. So
We should go until your birthday. I mean, that's a long time from now, but
that's a long time. Originally we were gonna go till. Actually, yeah, I think we were gonna go for like a while. So
I mean, yeah, we've done one sprint in 2 hours, so it depends on how many more you want to do.
yeah, I think like let's do at least 2 more sprints. I don't know how much conversation we need to have in between everything, but I would like to do at least 2 more sprints for the majority of this.
I mean, this is my entire social life tonight, so I've been loving the conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time conversing with you. It's fine. It's just like it would be incredible to finish this book. I just want to do it. I just
You can do it.
Sorry, how many pages do you have left?
Okay, I backed up to wherever I was, so I think I'm on like page 40 now. And
How many pages are there?
198.
Oh.
So 150. What's your like pages per minute? What's your personal?
If I've already read it, it's really fast. If I haven't read it yet with this book, it's a while because I keep reading stuff like what are you talking about? Because this book just has so much purple prose that it's a little bit harder to.
You just gotta like go with it. Like there is no meaning you're missing. It's just meant to be a vibe. Just go with the vibe.
Yeah, I guess so. I have to try to like not understand things because when they're like, I left you a letter in the trunk of a tree that I've like been growing over the course of centuries. I'm like, how did you know which tree?
That's like honestly what happens.
Yeah, no, I know that I read that chapter and then they were like, I don't know. There's just so many scenes where I'm like, how did you put a letter there? You put it in.
That's not what the book's about. That's not what the book's about. You're not getting those answers. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Makes sense.
The book is not about that. The book is 200 pages and it's not about that.
They put a message in a volcano. Okay.
In a volcano?
Yes.
I'm not kidding. That's real.
I thought you said a tree. I'm so confused.
There's many letters. It's a love story.
So
it's
like,
so
I know I want to read this book.
these are like not for real. Like they're not birds, but like the two agents send each other stuff. So each like little chapter, which is like super short, starts out with a letter from one to the other, and then it will detail their chapter of like what they're doing. But everything that they do, like it's just like now I'm in this location and I can see this, and it's like such purple prose that you kind of like don't really know like what they're doing. They're not like then I picked up a letter and I read it. They're just like a strange transformation, some feel. When they were young, they won their first battles with bows from horseback, 10 men against 20, 200 against 3. And you're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, whoa.
And that's like what's going on in the beginning of like this area. And then at the end of it, they'll just like do something weird. And then the next letter will arrive. So it'll be like, I ate this thing and now I can feel the letter because I ate it, or it's like
I'm on drugs,
and I found that's what it seems. That's why it's so confusing for me. So like I need to like just stop thinking, start reading. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's out there. It's not. It doesn't get explained. It just goes.
It's very bizarre. I've watched Luca 0 times, but I'm definitely gonna fix that for sure. But let's sprint first. So we're almost at the top of the hour. So I think 30 minutes was pretty good for last time, right? Do we want to do 30 minutes again, or do we want to do longer?
You can go up to 40 if you want.
Yeah, I can do longer.
40? Yeah, I like 40 sprints. Let's do that. Oh, we have some comments from before. Very excited for Encanto, also. Is it an origami tree like the letter is the tree or clay? It's like, so you know if you chop down a tree, if you look at like the rings, that's how old the tree is. So like somehow it seems like she like pressed stuff into the trunk as it was growing to form the letters of her letter that she's like
that's so romantic
over the course of like years and years of like time travel and stuff. And someone knew like which tree she would go to like chop down on her mission. So when she chops it down, then she can like look inside, and in the rings of the tree is the entire message.
These are basically just two people overworked by their sides who get to read other people's post-it notes, and they get really pumped when they see another post-it note to read.
Oh,
like that's what's happening.
I love a workplace romance.
Like sort of.
That's what's happening. It's just very weird.
It's very bizarre, but not in a bad way. Like I usually do like bizarre things. It's just a lot to wrap your mind around. That's all. Okay, so we're now at the top of the hour, so I'm going to have us read till 40, if that's okay with everybody. I don't know when other people may or may not be joining, so I will keep an eye out for you guys. But otherwise, we will see everybody at 40 after the hour. Sorry, I went a little bit over the sprint. I was trying to readjust a couple things over here.
Hope you're loving it. Angela, you had me giggling over here. What was the...
What?
Oh, I was just dancing, waiting because I just do
Yeah.
that. I don't know. I just fidget a lot. That's who I am.
I was just like, she's just over here having a little
Party.
over there.
Just a little sway dance with myself. Nothing too special.
Just thought I'd let you know.
How did everybody do with their sprint?
Good.
Still liking our books? Steph, how is She Who Became the Sun?
It's really good.
Did she become the sun?
I don't know, not yet. She became someone else though. She took the identity of someone else.
Of a sun, you could say.
That first chapter was so much in like the best way.
I was not prepared for that. Mo!
You're muted, but
I'm realizing. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I actually read that sprint the whole time. I came like a minute late.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, oh, dang, oh well.
And now you're not going to read for the rest of the time because it's harder to read when you're actually on camera.
Exactly. I am almost finished with my book, though. I'm still reading
Authority!
Yeah.
Oh wait, it got good, right? Near the end?
Yes. The middle, I was like, okay, I get it. His backstory, blah. But now we're back to the biologist, which was what matters, you know?
Yes. Yeah, like I don't dislike Control as a character, but I just feel like the middle of the book was completely unnecessary.
We could have gotten 100 pages less. I agree with what
we could have just moved along to like the end part of the story.
Are the books different? Like, is the vibe of Authority much different than the vibe of Annihilation?
Not really. It's just 100 pages longer, so I feel like it's just not as condensed.
I just feel like Annihilation has a lot of description, so I was wondering if Authority is
I mean, well, it's kind of like based on like an interrogation.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's the right word, but they're like trying to figure out what's happening. It's more about like
giant style.
It's more like the what do you call it? Like the entity that is like the government department. It's more about that side.
Okay.
Because like Annihilation follows like the group of people who went into the actual Area X.
Yeah.
And like the end of Annihilation is like somewhat open-ended, that like you could leave it alone and say like that was a pretty satisfying ending that is meant to be open-ended. That's supposed to just sort of be like, we'll see what happens next, but like, you know what I mean? Where like, it's not like we have no answers to anything whatsoever, but I feel like it's just satisfying enough that you could leave it alone. So I was expecting Authority to kind of like pick up where that left off, and it doesn't at all. You have a completely different main character, and they're in a completely different setting, and you realize that they are still connected to Area X, and they are like that government organization or whatever it is, like some kind of government organization that's related to Area X that's been investigating it. Maybe the people who sent like the scientists in,
exactly.
But it's not really like the same. I would say it's like a slightly different vibe. Like I love Annihilation a lot. I thought Authority was fine until the end, and I thought it was good.
Okay, I was basically asking, is it more coherent? Because
I think
it's less coherent.
No, how? It sounds so much more sensible. There's a guy.
About the people that sent the scientists in, so you're like trying to figure out what went wrong in the first book. So you have to know what happened in the first book, kind of.
Well, I gotta go reread the first book then.
To kind of remember
it's like the basic
actions of some characters.
The basic premise of the first book, like on the flap, says that like they sent in a bunch of expeditions and every single one sort of failed in some way. Like either they never came back, or the people who came back went crazy and killed themselves, or like something bizarre happened to them. So like you already know that like obviously people are like sending these people in teams on purpose, and for some reason this expedition is going to be different. And like it finally like ties back together stuff from the first book in the second book, and that's where like I started to enjoy it again. But I also think it like really significantly changes the way that I thought about that main character. in the second book.
I'll have to go revisit the series. I want to like it because you both like it so much, but I did not enjoy the first book like you enjoyed it. So
I would stop now.
oh, good to know.
Yeah.
I loved the first book, but I consumed it as an audiobook, and I thought the narrator did like an excellent job. So maybe if you want to reread it, you could consider it an audio.
Yeah,
It's a 5-hour audiobook. It's really short.
Is it really? Yeah, it is a short book. You're right. Okay.
Annihilation was perfect size. I can't.
Yes.
Like, I don't know why this book is so thick. Anyway,
It's too big.
it's
I
too
don't know.
big.
But I heard the third one's supposed to be the best.
Ooh.
That is not what I've
heard.
heard, but okay.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't hear that either.
Okay, I haven't heard that from like BookTube. I heard that like from one of my best friends that has like very similar reading taste to me.
Okay.
So
Okay, well, maybe you'll be lucky. Like, my friend Lena from Sufficiently Advanced, Lena loves the first book, and she loves sci-fi like you guys do, and, like, she does not like where that series goes.
Oh, man. Okay.
I'm nervous.
That's partially why I've never picked up, like, if I'm going to read a Jeff Vandermeer, I'll pick up, like, Born or something.
Like a standalone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
I actually found out he has like a really short story. I forgot what it's called, but I saved it on Hoopla for the Leech.
Yeah, he had a short story collection. Ted Chiang had a story in it.
Oh.
It was, like, about, like, really weird artifacts and, like, kind of a museum of things.
Sounds familiar.
An anthology?
I think so. I only know this because in Exhalation, they say that this story was in, I think, a Jeff Vandermeer, like, collection. I haven't seen the collection.
Has a couple books like that are outside of Authority. He has The Peculiar Peril, which is a YA book.
I want to read that, but it's so big.
Well, it's because
it's also YA.
It's also 2 books in one.
Is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's 2
I like
books.
when they do that.
Mhm.
I didn't know that. Oh.
Yeah, and then he has like some older stuff. There's one that's like nonfiction that's about, I think it's the process of writing, but it's this big, it's kind of a bigger book.
The Wonder
Yeah,
Book.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I really
And
want
then
to.
he has another series. It's not well known at all. I don't really know that much about it, but my partner loves Jeff Vandermeer. He has everything by him.
Nice.
I found this from 2019. I didn't know this existed. It's called "This World is Full of Monsters."
I think that,
Cover looks.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I
It
haven't
looks
heard
very
of half of these things. I've only heard of Born, Southern Reach trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's like a 4th part, like not really. There's like another part to the Southern Reach. It was connected.
Oh, really?
On Amazon.
I didn't know
I was like, don't tell me you have another book. I bought the trilogy because I thought that was it.
Oh my god!
Anyway,
I love hot takes from Mo. But
I was like, why? It doesn't match.
yeah. Aline from Pygmy Puff Reads was really nice and gave me the entire like bind up of the 3. So it's
I have the
really
bind up, too.
satisfying to have like the full thing. I pull it out a lot during live shows, but it's like the full bind up in hardcover, and it's really pretty, and I really like it. So it just makes you feel like I need to love this series. But now that like, is there a novella? I have to go purchase this. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is because I was like, I remember being angry for no reason. It wasn't anything I should be angry over. Like, I'm glad you wrote a book. I don't know.
You're like, good for you, man. I just don't want.
I just wish it was the same cover style.
Yeah.
My book decided to have forbidden romance randomly in my space whale thing, so I'm pretty excited.
Okay.
Well, this book's weird, but yeah.
What is that story about? I don't think we talked about that yet. Did we?
Well, I didn't know what it was about because I don't read synopses when I just know I'm going to read a book because why not? These people, so this is after Earth's already gone. It's been so gone for so long, and people live in these like space whales, and the whale only lives for so many years, and they have to go to a different whale, and we're in that transition to a new whale, and you kind of see the matriarchy lines and how the culture happens, and our main character is like a woman coming into her own, like she just gets her period at the start of the book, and she has a crush on this girl, but this girl's in a lower class system, so she can't be with her, and she's like the heir, and
they're in a whale?
Yes, we're in a whale. Yes,
like
the
an
whole time.
animal?
We just went into the butthole of the whale and almost had a
Okay.
makeout scene.
Mm.
So yes. It's not good if you don't like the gore of bodily fluids.
So I have this
Is there
thing.
like structures inside of the whale, or just
Yeah, like they're
thinking
using the
that-
bones and like they use the whale. Like metal is very rare. It's
Wait,
very
is the
organic.
whale alive?
Yes. And they purposely have people that work in the heart structure and things like that to keep it healthy. And
What does
Okay.
the whale eat that won't like?
okay, I don't know how the whale exists in space. That I have not figured out.
How do they live in there? Like, where are they? Where's the
They're
space
like sometimes they're in the
them?
arteries and like I mean we haven't gotten lots of details, but there is like a part we didn't see where they literally like our main character wasn't awake yet when they were really making it viable for humans, but it's like the intestines, you know, like it's in the organs that are so huge they could be rooms.
Okay.
Or they just live in the
They
butt.
watched
There's space
Pinocchio.
whales.
This author watched Pinocchio and was very.
Well, this isn't like so. If, I don't know who here's read Binti, but Binti has a similar idea.
Yeah.
Like that's not a. It's I don't know how common it is, but it's not the first time I've seen living in a whale. I think Doctor Who even had an episode of people living in
lives in a,
organic beings.
oh wait, like the whole
Allie.
I've
trilogy.
never heard
No,
of this.
the
Mind
when
blown.
when she's on that. Have you read the first Binti
I read the
book?
first one.
Yeah, the ship that they're on is a monster thing. It's not like an actual ship.
Did I miss that? Oh my god.
Probably.
Probably. I mean, that's almost all the transportation was pseudo sentient in that
Oh my
one.
god.
And
I
then,
thought it
like
was
in
AI.
Nine Fox Gambit, one of my favorites, Nine Fox Gambit is not quite as organic, but they're all like moth drives, so they're kind of organic.
I don't know why, but that's just like so cool.
I know.
Like it seems bizarre, but it just also seems like a really cool.
Listen, Nikki Drayden has just got crazy ideas, and she's committing to them, and I'm having a fun time. Oh, and also what's cool, so like everyone's lineage is tied into their hair twists and everything. So like all the hairstyle stuff is over my head because I have this hair, but it's all like your heritage is in how you twist and design your hair, and if you dishonor your family, they like cut it all off and you're not allowed to wear those anymore. And there's like a lot of rules. Like the culture of this world is really cool.
You're making me really want to read this.
I'm intrigued.
Well done.
I mean, I don't even read.
My
fantasy.
goal in life is to make people read Nikki Drayden because no one talks about her.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
changing.
granted, I've only read one book, but I've now spent a good portion of my evening reading this one and remembering, oh yeah, I love to read because I spent earlier today being like, why can't I finish this other book?
Oh my god, she's so cute. I just looked at her picture.
Mm-hmm. She really is.
Anyway, I'm gonna read this.
I'm just letting you know though, like if you are like visual and don't like bodily fluids, it's like I don't visualize when I read. So whenever they're talking about like fluids, I'm like, whatever.
Well, have you read Mexican Gothic?
Yes.
So I don't think I'm like. I like to read that kind of stuff, the very visual stuff, but that's one of the books that's really grossed me out, and it was just like mushroom stuff, and like there was some bodily stuff. But
There's just that one main part that was like, oh god, no.
Yeah. I think I know what scene you're talking about, and I think that one also though was like for me, it was meshed with the ickiness of like the social commentary, and I'm like everything is so gross.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like I think that's an example. Like I can deal with uncomfy stuff, but
yeah.
I don't know how far you're talking with the bodily fluids here, so we'll have.
I don't know, like also, like I just know since I don't visually read, like I have a friend who like will DNF books on the drop of a hat if it's like too much. Like I love Saarland by River Solomon.
Oh,
and I like
yes.
so
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
But like I knew my friend would DNF it. I was like, you're gonna DNF this book. And they're like, I still want to try. I'm like, more power to you. You're gonna DNF this book because of
Ireland was so good. That's like one of my top 3 books of this year.
It's my favorite by them. It was so good.
Yeah. And my friend Robin from Robin Reads actually gifted me The Unkindness of Ghosts because I had already read The Deep.
Yeah. It's well interesting because like The Unkindness of Ghosts is so different from Saarland, but it's still very much that authorial voice. It's really interesting. Yeah.
What's the question?
I was about to say, do you know what topic is here? We don't stay with it. We don't know it.
Yeah. Trying to derail us from our current derailment. You've got it. Like, oh, speaking of derailing, earlier on, Nicole, when you weren't here, some somebody asked what Taylor Swift song would be like
Evelyn
matched
Hugo.
to Evelyn Hugo.
To
Oh,
Evelyn
Hannah asked,
Hugo?
yes. Nicole, what Taylor Swift song would Evelyn Hugo listen to?
I am not a Taylor Swift. I'm not gonna say fan because I do like her, but I only recently started listening to her again after Folklore and the other. Evermore is the one that I really know. So I don't have an answer to this.
Okay, the answer is The Last Great American Dynasty. I just wanted
Okay.
to
I trust Lisa. I know Lisa loves Taylor Swift. So
Is there a different artist or song you would pair
Jess
with it?
has to have an opinion on this.
Well,
Jess.
Last Great American Dynasty is the quintessential one, but I also feel like Gold Rush fits it really well.
I do I like Gold Rush a lot, and I do agree with that one. But another artist, I don't know. I really like I've never been good at making those associations, you know? Like pairing.
I don't even know what album y'all are talking about. That's how far back behind I'm on Taylor Swift.
Listen,
Same.
I listened to Teardrops
I'm
on
like,
Megan.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
listened to
honestly, that's
Teardrops on
all I
Megan
know.
Car. I stopped and then I came back for Evermore.
Nicole! You just
At least you
didn't
came
come
back.
to 15 years of
That's what
content.
matters.
I feel like
I mean-
I will know the song when I hear it, but I won't be able to tell you that
Yeah.
this is track 5 off of da da da, and it's about da da da. But if I hear it, I'm like, oh, I know the chorus. That's
I'm
how
still
Ivy
shocked
is
that
also a good one with those sapphic themes. for
Yes.
I'm
sure.
still shocked at like Taylor Swift's songs. Like she wrote so many songs that you know, and you're like, wait, that's Taylor Swift?
Like what?
I'm about to say, I feel like whenever I hear a Taylor Swift song, I very much know it's her, but I don't know.
Well,
My-
like she writes for a lot of other people. Like Calvin
Okay.
Harris's biggest song written by Taylor Swift.
Oh, I do love that song.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Her and Ed Sheeran write a lot for people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my exposure to Taylor Swift is like if there's a popular song, I've heard it because of the radio or whatever, but I don't actively listen. Not because I don't
Yeah.
like her, I just
The only other experience you have is when Casey and I just recite lyrics to each other and you're like, all right. Like in the
well,
group.
but I know, but I have like no context to what you're talking about, so I just ignore it.
I mean,
Like,
it's fair, but wait, hold on, it just jumped. Oh my god. Yes, Evelyn would love. Okay, hold on. I just wanted to say, Cammie said, I'm in my sprint time. I had to tell you, I finished Sleeping Giants. It's 5 out of 5 stars.
yay,
Cammie, it's such a good book.
I need to
Oh,
read
that's the
it.
book I've been procrastinating the longest. Someone asked that a long time ago. It's Sleeping Guts. That's the one I'm procrastinating.
Oh my god, Sleeping Giants is literally.
I can't believe Rachel has allowed you to procrastinate on that.
Well, partially my issue is it's kind of an annihilation problem where, like, literally even people who love the first book are like, the third book's okay. And I'm like, I hate that. I'm an endings person. Like, stick the landing.
We had never really
Yeah,
finished
I
a
feel
series,
like
so I have
Endings
no.
are just never good.
I mean,
The last book in series.
I love many a series.
Mm.
Broken Earth trilogy, the Mistborn trilogy, the Davabad trilogy. But I do love to finish trilogies. I don't like the Poppy War trilogy. Don't like that.
Well, you don't like
Oh
the
my
last
goodness! Let me
Okay,
move out of
so
the way for Kate.
you liked the first book in the Poppy War?
I gave the first 2 books 4 stars.
Okay, because
Um,
this is hardcore giving me Poppy War vibes.
That gave me the vibes I thought I would get from Poppy War.
Okay.
But for me, Poppy War didn't hit the same as that, and that's
Okay.
just a subjective thing. My issues with the Burning God are subjective, or different from vibe. I more have issues with how long it is for what it does. I don't think it earned the page length, and I was bored. I didn't hate the ending. Actually, the ending itself, like the actual events that occur, I'm like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. But the journey for me in the Burning God was like, what are we doing? Why am I here?
What are we doing here?
I have unpopular opinions though about that, and I'm just sad that I didn't like it because I liked the first 2 a bit.
Okay, Allie's question was about hair care and stuff. I have kind of wavy and curly hair and no idea what I'm doing with it, but I'm trying to make it more consistent. It's definitely random.
I can't help you. I do everything you're not supposed to do with curly hair, and I just pray every day and ask it to behave. That's all I do.
That's my thing.
Mo, give me your product recommendations then.
For conditioner? Okay, so I've recently figured out my porosity to my hair.
Oh, I don't know that.
Okay, so you gotta get a strand and put it in some water. And if it floats, I don't remember exactly what it is, but if it floats, I think that means you have low porosity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I am low porosity, so it means that your hair doesn't soak up the water as much.
Uh-huh.
It means it's like sitting on top, it doesn't penetrate.
Yeah, usually doesn't it mean it takes forever for your hair to dry?
Right.
Yeah, I have that same problem.
And so I have to get like a clarifying shampoo to make sure things are really clean so my scalp can get the moisture in. So, but that's not what you're asking. What you're asking was my new favorite product. You see this curl? Okay,
I do. That's what I want.
Okay, you got to get Uncle Funky's.
Uncle Funky's.
Uncle Funky's. I promise you, it is called Curl Magic. All you need is water.
I'm gonna look this up too.
Have your hair be wet, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Make
Why
sure
is it Uncle Funky's daughter? That's such a long name for
that's
a brand.
what it is. Curl Magic.
Curl Magic. And you use all of their products or just like a cream?
Just Curl Magic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've seen it.
I'm gonna try this. I'll
do
it
at Target. Yes, I've seen this.
Yes,
I always look at it because I always look at the curly hair stuff because I have curly hair too naturally, but like my curl type is looser. So
I feel like it will work. I feel like it says wavy to.
Yeah, it says all of that.
It really. Yes, and you just put water in the stuff. Obviously, you want to detangle and stuff. You know, your normal.
All right.
Like after you wash your hair and you're like putting products in it, is to just continuously keep it wet.
Yes, that's
while you're putting all your products.
Wet. Like,
yeah,
I know it feels weird.
It sucks, but like.
The more you know.
That's my product.
I'm sorry, Allie Mae, I can't help you.
Maybe.
Well, no, Allie said I'll see if I can get it in the UK. So
maybe. I mean, I'm sure it's on Amazon. I know.
Yeah, I saw it on Amazon when I typed it in.
But
curly hair people will appreciate this. It's like, you know, when you're going through puberty, your hair gets like extra untamable for your curly hair.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot that happened because that was like 15 years ago, but I was like, maybe that was a fever dream because my hair's so contained now. And I saw pictures the other day of what my hair used to be and like the nonsense that it was. I'm like, no, it wasn't.
I used to straighten the crap out of my hair in like junior high and high school because I didn't know what to do. And so I'm half Argentinian. And so like that's my dad's side and they all have curly hair and everything, but I didn't grow up with my dad. So like everyone on my other side of the family had like straight hair. I was like, I don't know what to do. So I just would straighten it. And then the few times that I actually did it, it was such a mess and I would get made fun of at school.
I mean, we probably are similar age. I think when we went to school, it was also all about like the Uggs, North Face, and straight hair. Like that was like the thing to do. Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you how many people tried to straighten my hair. Every white woman with a straight iron was like, I can straighten your hair. And I'm like, no, you can't. And they all failed.
Yeah, I had to get one of those. I don't know if anyone else like with curly hair used this type of straightener, but that straightener where you could like turn up the heat to a specific heat where it would actually like straight. Yeah. So I would use one of those and you could smell it. It was it was terrible.
It wasn't crackling. It wasn't working.
Mo, were you natural your whole life or did you also?
No, I was relaxer my whole life. I recently went natural like maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, your curls are so healthy. I got my hair relaxed until my sophomore year of high school. And so it's been maybe like 6 years. Is that math? I don't know math. It's been
my mom finally followed my footsteps, and she's transitioned. The transition is really
it's hard.
I look like the craziest. Those pictures should be burned. I was like, what? And I thought I looked cute too. I was like, why was I trying to fool myself with my half straight, half curly hair?
Like the ends are all straight and bad and
it was
terrible.
like puffy.
Yeah, my mom let me walk around like that, and that really makes me mad.
I love both of your guys' hair, though.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you can't brush it when it's dry. Only
I
when
think
it's wet.
once you figure out your hair porosity, it's going to change the game. Because then you'll figure out what products you need. Because
I'm gonna go dip my hair in a cup after this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a guess as to what it's going to tell me, but now I'm curious because hair science is a real science, but it's like also like I have no idea what to do.
Yeah, I was like, because in my brain I was like, oh, I'm all the symptoms of the other side. Because in my I thought I was dry because of this, but really, my scalp was just saying no.
Okay, next sprint, everyone go grab a sprint of hair, stick it in a cup, come back, let us know. What's your process?
Honestly, though, YouTube,
I would like to see
people on YouTube that do like specifically curly hair stuff have saved my life. Like I learned about the Denman brush because of it, which is amazing.
I thought it was. I didn't believe in it. I should get one.
You should get one.
Yeah, I didn't believe in it, but the thing is, though, is you can't brush your hair a normal way with it. You have to like learn the technique of it because you're supposed to go with like your curl, where that curl is gonna go, and you like have to do this whole thing. But if you're just like brushing your hair with it, it's not gonna do.
Oh yeah, you want to start from the ends.
Yeah.
I was like, it's just a brush, but yeah, I'm curious to see.
I want to try that one everyone has on Instagram where it's like it like bends.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe that's the one I don't believe. That's like
the one with like 3 different
rows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What does this look like?
I can't
imagine this and it can't.
It's like a regular brush, but when you're using it, it like splits.
Yeah. I don't understand how that works either.
I don't get that.
Hair technology is something else.
I don't know how it works either because I don't know. I think it's supposed to like go the way of the curl. You know? So it's
I really want to get this really expensive hair dryer that's like for curly hair, and so that you don't heat damage it. Essentially, it's like this giant sucker thing that you stick your strand, like a piece of your hair in, and then it blows it out by sucking it out and making it straight instead of like blowing hot air onto it. It's it's like a vacuum.
Yeah. Is it like the Dyson?
Yeah.
Christina has the Dyson
thing.
I think it's like Rev Air or something like that. So probably from Revlon.
I have no clue why, but right now.
Hair technology is really advancing, though.
I guess.
Probably your natural hair coming out.
Yep.
You probably straighten it a lot.
Mine does that too. Like in the back, it's like really curly, but in the front, it just looks wavy. I mean, you can see like some curls here.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Like I have really crazy ringlets here, but like the top of my head's flat. But I don't straighten. I haven't straightened my hair in a long time. I'm like always burning myself.
I'm just
I've
gonna go
actually
into the
done
hair
that
care
technique
YouTube.
too, where you like flip your hair over and like wrap it up in the t-shirt and leave it for a while, and
Plop.
that makes it curly. Yeah, the plop. That's worked
Okay,
pretty
wait.
well for me.
How do you do that? I literally don't know how to do hair at all. Like
There's,
how?
some video. You'll have to watch a
Just
YouTube
flip it,
video.
and then
It's
you
hard to
flip
explain
it.
it.
I'll send
Because-
you.
Put your hair in a wet t-shirt?
Your
hair is wet
the
in a
t-shirt's
t-shirt.
dry.
Okay. Okay,
you
put
kind
your
of like
wet
lay
hair
it
in a
out. You
t-shirt.
twist it on the sides though, and then wrap it up. You don't
Okay.
like flip it over and wrap it like just a hair towel. It's like a different wrapping
Okay.
technique. You'll have to look it up.
How would I do this without putting my whole head in the t-shirt? How is it
kinda
gonna
just
stay?
It's like on your forehead and like just around your head.
Okay.
You'll have to watch a tutorial.
I need to, like,
I'm
go
not
back
good
to
Google. If you just look it up, you'll see like
What
a
is it?
bunch.
How to? What's it? What did you Google?
How to the plop hair method.
That's what it's called. Plop.
Yeah.
Plop hair.
Because it's part of the like. There's this trend called the curly girl method, but that method doesn't work for everybody. But that's where I learned about it because I was like trying to not straighten my hair anymore. And so I started my curly hair process by trying that method, but it doesn't work for everybody, and it depends on how much you like product, because that method uses like 6 different things of product, and I just hated the feeling of it.
Yeah, and I don't do that. I just put my like regular gel in.
Yeah.
Pop it if I'm going to, but it takes forever because my hair takes 6 hours to dry. So
Yeah.
I usually just put gel in it and go, or put it up.
That's like my least favorite part about doing YouTube now is now I have to care when my hair will be dry before I film, because like
Yeah.
it takes forever.
God. Wow, I'm learning so much. I tried the curly girl method, man. It's a lot of work. No patience for it. So we didn't. Wow. Okay. I don't dry my hair, so this is very enlightening to me.
I mean, I air dry my hair. I don't use a blow dryer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mostly just
I stopped
stick
clear
it in
drying.
like
I mean, I stopped blow drying as well. Well, I kind of want to straighten it and see how long it is, you know.
Yeah.
Once in a while, do a little blowout or something.
Yeah.
I just don't like blow drying or straightening my hair because it takes so long. Just not worth the effort for me.
I love, like, with curly hair, how it changes length in increments, though. It's not, like, gradual. It's like the curls will stay a certain length till it gets too heavy, and then it just drops.
I never noticed that, but you're right.
So
Okay.
I guess I think about it because of my physics background. I was really too nerdy and thinking of spring constants and nonsense like that.
Now you're talking my language, okay?
Oh, gosh.
Well, Rachel, did you want to sprint till your birthday?
We sprint for a while. I don't
Really
know how
quick.
long people want to stay. Like, if anybody wants to leave, it's totally fine. We've been here for like almost 4 hours. Or we've been live for almost 4 hours.
I'm here until midnight. Let's go.
I'm here for your birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. We can go.
Unless you want to leave. I guess it's your party.
Oh, yeah, duh. Sorry. He's like, yeah.
No, I'm good. I can stay.
You're supposed to finish a book, aren't you?
I know. I need to. I actually made like pretty good progress last time. I think I read like 40 something pages, or 40 pages, I think. And that was also including like having to leave and go do something like that. So
I think it's fun.
it's just a theory. So
Well, the one part about hair that is like biologically based is I can't remember which it is, but curly hair has more cysteine bonds, I think, than straight hair, and that's part of what makes it have the kink. Like that's what makes it curl is the proteins have more of those bonds. But
that does sound familiar.
so that's like the chemistry.
Or, you know, I don't know what I can do with that information, but
Well, it's like that's how
Chemistry,
relaxers work.
but
Like
like-
relaxers break those bonds, and that helps unkink it. Like it's a chemical reaction, which is why, like, you know, if you scratch your head a little bit, it's like death, pain.
yeah, death and pain.
When I was having issues with my hair, I went to get relaxers with someone
you
at a
got
black
relaxers
salon.
too?
and yeah,
Oh my
my
god,
hair doesn't know what it is. My hair is. I'm not really super biracial. Like I'm white Venezuelan and white American, but my hair thinks it is, and it doesn't know what it wants. So
Yeah,
it didn't really make
relaxers are
sense.
not a good idea. I'm sad that I used to have I guess I do have full hair now, but like when I was a child, my hair was very full and long and stuff, and relaxers really took
They used to hype me up. They're like, "Oh my god, your hair is so long," and I was like, "Thank you," but I didn't realize what it could have been. Like,
It could have been so much more
It was
glorious.
just long because I don't know how to explain it. Like it was long for
I get what you
relaxer.
mean, though. But yeah, don't get relaxers, people. Leave those in the early 2000s.
And on that note, let's sprint. Everyone, don't forget to go put your hair in a jar and tell me what your roster is when you come back.
I would
I'll
also
pull
just
up
like
the
to
chart.
say
I'll
me and
pull up
Angela have been killing it with the every time you say something, we both thumbs up. We're the only 2 people. You're insane.
Oh, too.
Well, because I love to respond, but you know, like when you're in these virtual situations, like, but you can't always talk because if everyone talks, it's bad. But I want to I want to emote.
Also, sorry, I like Allie's comment where she's like, I'm just white and confused.
That's me always. So
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go back into my space
Relatable.
whale.
Also, Allie Mae's all of physics could be wrong. It's not mathematics. So
Yeah, this is
true.
not. This is not true.
It's so true.
There's no math in physics?
It is math.
Yes.
It's
Oh.
the
Math was made to explain physics. That's the whole point of math. Math is a language to explain phenomena.
physics is like the application of math to the real world, and math is the explanation of how things happen in the real world. Kind of.
Calculus was literally created to explain why things
So
fall from the
because
sky.
I can do math, I can do physics.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm a physicist.
Yes.
You would probably need a little bit more study, but you could become one. I believe in
Could
you.
be one.
And that is science.
That is called a
Shayla's like, why did you do this?
I thought you were sprinting.
Put the nerds on something.
Alright, I'm muting.
All right. Let's
Bye.
see. We'll be back at about 55. Sorry, it's not like a total complete 40-minute thing, but we kept talking about physics, so we'll see you then. Hello. The sprint is over.
Hi.
Oh, hi, kitty.
3 minutes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he puts up with anything. He's such a drama queen.
My favorite kind of cat.
It's so fluffy.
Yeah, you are. You're so fluffy. He wants to lick my hand off, but yeah. His name's Putao.
Putao.
Yeah.
Does that mean something?
I think it means grape in Mandarin. I was not in charge of naming him.
Ah, okay.
He's just my cat.
He is kind of human-like, and it's freaking me out. But
He
in a
has the
cute
best
way.
eyeliner. Let's see if I can get him to look in the camera. His eyes are like stunning.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe he's born with it.
He literally doesn't do anything. He barely grooms himself. I have to brush him, and it's just like, sir.
He's not a
You have
cat.
one job, cat.
Wait, let your cat meet my cat. Hold on.
Yes.
We think he's part ragdoll, which is why his temperament's so chill. Also, like, we know what the mom looked like, and the mom was just like a medium long-haired cat. And they all looked like this. So, like, the father genes were strong.
Oh, this cat.
Look, it's another cat.
Why?
Goodness, hello.
Her leg or his leg?
Look at her.
Look at that.
Look at
My other cat was stealing my chair during this last sprint, but she ran off. She doesn't like to be held. This one, I can do anything.
Oh. I had the camera off for a previous sprint, but Sasha was right here for a moment. Let me pat
So
her.
many kitties.
Sherman isn't in my room.
Sherman.
Go get Sherman.
No.
It's him.
I know you. You should love him more.
Mo, do you not get along with Sherman?
No, I do. It's just he's so spoiled, you know. Someone has to give.
Someone has to give the tough love.
Yeah, Christine spoils him. And
I have
that's
an
fair.
important
I just had to babysit for 2 weeks. We're good, you know.
Oh, that's true.
You've had
Great.
You've had your time. You've put in your
Yeah.
custody.
Are we going to sing at midnight? That's my question.
We
Yes.
could probably mouth the words, and one person that actually sing should sing.
No, I think we should all sing in all of our glory.
Ooh, 12 a.m.? Okay, let's do it.
30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Does anyone want to attempt to pick a pitch that we start at? That's
Mo.
No,
Yes, no.
No, you're like an actual singer.
No's the singer.
I sing for fun. This is
This
the
is
That's
fun.
fine. Then give us a pitch you think is good for happy birthday.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday.
birthday Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Library.
So let me the library.
Happy birthday Lizzie McGuire. Happy
Already done.
birthday to you.
All right, that is done with this.
For that ending, a little spice.
Oh my god.
How does it feel? You're fresh
Oh, look
into a
at the
new birth
comment.
year.
I can't believe it. A new
What number is it? Is it a good number?
I will be 26 today.
Aww.
So
Precious baby.
Any songs about 26 that I can't think of right now?
Is it everyone
there
hates you
is
at 26 or is that 25?
what?
23.
3.
So 23, yeah, there's no songs anymore.
No more songs.
Thank you though. Thank you everybody. And thank you for singing. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I'm
we
so
have to
sorry,
go
but I was
out.
going to do
You didn't miss it. You were right on time.
Just in time.
Sorry we couldn't
that's-
get Boss Baby here for you, but we tried.
We also had some nerd discourse, or maybe not discourse per se, but
I'm gonna start putting physicist on my LinkedIn page. Just so
I'm gonna
How
put
far
chemist
I go.
so that I can avoid all the physicists. You know.
As you should.
I can't say I
me.
can put chemist. I remember distinctly leaving my chemistry class to hang out in AP Bio with my friends. My teacher did not care.
Geologist is a good medium. Geologists, like, no one messes with us. You know, everyone's like, okay, are they scientists? Maybe not.
You like rocks, right?
I could also put geologist on my
That's true. Yeah, we talked about this. You definitely qualify.
Mo, are you just picking like a science of the week and you're just like swapping
Yeah,
out?
I'm definitely. No one can say they are a physicist, really. Like,
I
who's
think
checking?
I don't know.
I don't know. What
You're like, what do they have that I don't have?
I'm like, if I say I'm a physicist, I feel like I could be one. Like, I bought a book, and that's what people do on Wall Street. You know, they just say that they are, you know, stockbrokers, and they hire them. My brain could hold the secrets.
I mean, honestly, I say do what you want. No one's really going to quiz you because only another physicist would know if you were lying or not. So
exactly.
And even then, like, no one wants to remember those classes. Like, no one wants to remember EM2. Like, that's not a thing.
See, now we're saying things that I should know, right, as a physicist.
Yeah, no, so you have to, like, do what my friend did where he pretended he knew Doctor Who for years because he had, like, certain words he'd say, like Rose or, like, the 10th Doctor. Like, he would have things he had no context for.
I'm definitely gonna.
So you just need to get some key words.
Okay.
And then just speak about them very vaguely.
Yes.
Like, oh, you know, like, that class was so hard. You know, like, electromagnetism is just, like, the worst. Just say that.
I'm gonna watch one of those Wired videos on YouTube where they, like, a physicist explains gravity to 3 like ages of people. I'm like, yeah.
And you'll be like, gravity. Am I right? Oh
yeah, like, freaking.
And just hand wave quantum mechanics. No one even really gets it. So just like hand wave that. Just like
okay. I'm gonna say I have a basic algebra level of physicist knowledge.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. What are you doing for your birthday?
Enjoy your freshly mowed lawn.
I'm gonna do a freshly mowed lawn, courtesy of my mowing the lawn a couple hours ago.
Mowed the lawn today?
I did.
But she was gonna be late.
That's what. Yeah, and then it went. Never mind.
In the chat, I was like, I'm 30 minutes late, and then I just managed to mow it like a lot faster. But I was like, if I can't do it in time, I'll come to sprints, and then on the sprints, I'll just keep mowing the lawn, and I'll come back.
Can you imagine if you did do that plan? We talked for an hour before the first sprint.
I know. I would have just left the mower out there and been like, I'll be right back.
Goes back, it's stolen.
My mom would never trust me with a lawnmower. Like,
we have like the rider kind of mower. Like if it's the push kind, it's just too exhausting.
You have the rider mower?
Yeah.
That's something my granddaddy would have.
What size is your lawn?
It's kind of big, I think.
That's cool.
It usually takes like an hour and a half or so to mow the whole thing.
Oh my god! I was thinking it was like a little, you know,
little patch of grass.
A little patch of lawn like this.
Yeah, I was like not expecting it. I was like, dang, I still wouldn't be trusted. One time, my uncle hit a rock and shattered the back window, and it's like looked that way ever since. It's just like a design.
Oh dang. Well, I will not be mowing the lawn for my birthday because of that today, but we're having a nice breakfast somewhere. Probably some kind of like eggs Benedict situation. Hopefully, I don't know. And I think we are just like hanging out outside since it's a really nice weekend for the weather. So for tomorrow, I just like made a list of like where I like to eat in general, and it's like basic stuff. It's like I want a margarita pizza. I like Chipotle. I like halal guys. I like simple pleasures. A poke bowl. I like sushi. I like ramen. So it's like of whatever it is I'm feeling for the day. Hopefully, like find something that everybody wants to eat and find something to eat. But for the most part, we're spending the day outside. So since I mowed the lawn, we can set up like croquet and stuff outside, which is kind of fun to do.
Very Heathers of you.
Yes. It is. And also like sort of like unofficially, I always do like scavenger hunts a lot for like my family, like whenever it's someone's birthday or it's like my parents' anniversary or
That's
whenever
really
it's
fun.
like Father's Day, then I usually plan scavenger hunts or escape rooms for them. So when it's my birthday, then they like return the favor, so they like do the scavenger hunt for me.
I love this.
Excited
No,
about
I'm not laughing at you. The comments
No.
just got wild.
Yeah, the comments went crazy.
Yes, let's go.
But why?
To be
I
honest,
like
I
how chill
first
you guys
started.
are with these troll comments. You're just like, well, here they are.
I first started, I kind of
Stop,
cackled at.
That's so
Also,
cute.
Dick Sensei is not as good as Dildo Baggins.
That's what I read too, Nicole.
It's the smiley face that really makes it so pleasant. You know?
Mhm. Yeah. It's like, damn.
Like,
But it's not even like the
They're
happy
confident.
face. It's just the awkward,
I'm-
subtle.
yeah.
It's like. Honestly, what sent me. I eat ass.
It's just like happy birthday.
Them back to back is so good.
But honestly, what first set me off was the fact that she said you should get a bread bowl from Panera. Like, just, no,
Yeah, that's what I thought you were laughing at, and I looked, I was like, oh.
No,
I was at first laughing at that.
no. This was like a conversation we were having earlier about Panera food, but Panera is not on my list. Sorry, Hannah.
That's okay. I think Panera is good, but a little overpriced. I think it thinks its bread is better than it is.
Yeah, ever since like we learned to make sourdough bread from home, from starter, it's just sort of like I like to eat soup in a bread bowl, but also like beyond that, Panera has very little appeal to me anymore.
Yeah.
I used to love it. I used to think it was such a big deal because it was almost like the coffee shop atmosphere to like go sit in there and do whatever you want. But then a pandemic happened, so we can't do that. And then I don't know. After a while, we were like, we can make bread at home.
You can make soup at home. Make a salad at home.
You can make a panini at home.
You make a yeah.
But the bagels, I haven't met someone that can make a good bagel.
Bagels are a little different, yeah. I think
You
like
gotta boil that.
But will I go to Panera for a bagel?
No. Well, if you do, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna hate my choices.
What is
Maybe
this?
you'll get a free cookie too.
Please.
My favorite thing at Panera is the warmed cookies. How you can just buy a big chocolate chip cookie warm. Like that's nice.
I love the mac and cheese. I know it's like questionable, but I love it.
I've never had
Questionable
that mac and
indeed.
cheese.
I was like,
I eat it. I'm not judging you, but
And the chicken noodle soup.
I really
know.
wish I like soups more than I do.
I like the
I'm
broccoli
a hoe for
cheddar.
soup.
I love the broccoli cheddar soup.
That's good.
I
That's
like
a flavor I can get down with. A nice broccoli
Mhm.
cheddar.
I'm a hoe for soup. I'll say it now.
I learned how to make a really good black bean
I
lentil
drink
soup.
soup.
Oh my god.
Yes,
I
This
eat
is the same
soup.
energy of like I like soup.
I eat soup.
Happy face.
V
I
is
haven't been in a Panera in so
Oh
long.
my god, hi Vish.
Hello.
Hi.
V, my book should be getting to you any day now. I
I'm
ordered.
going to bed very soon.
Is it the Hunger Games special Australian edition?
Yeah, I had to use her address because they don't ship to the U.S. And so
Oh my god.
You did it. That's
expect
awesome.
that, and then I should send you my address because I would rather you not keep it. But
I would rather it be in my home instead
Oh my
of
god, that's so smart.
very grateful for you, friend.
I don't drink coffee, so I don't have one.
Okay,
I
so
like-
recently I've become a hoe for oat milk as well,
Yes.
and now
Yes.
Starbucks is like oat milk
No.
city, so I just
Yes.
get their matcha with oat milk. I'm just
Oh.
like, I don't know, I've been hoeing it up for oat milk these days. Used to not like
what a
it.
verb.
Mhm.
I think Dunkin' Donuts also has oat milk now, and that's
They do.
dangerous.
Ooh.
They do.
Okay, so like Dunkin' Donuts is not really in the Bay Area very much. So when I moved to LA, it was my first time trying Dunkin' Donuts, and you know what? It's not too bad.
There's a reason why Boston's obsessed with it. They just want a bunch of sugar, milk, and coffee all together.
Well, do you like Starbucks? Because I personally think Starbucks is disgusting.
Me too.
Do I like Starbucks? I don't know. I don't actually like. I mean,
don't like coffee.
I watch.
Yeah, coffee's not it for me, so I don't know.
Well, it's funny because I worked in coffee for like 8 years, and I don't drink coffee. But
Did it
I
ruin
like
coffee for you.
No, I never have. I've never. But I like tea. You know, I can do a good tea.
I like some piping hot
Ooh,
tea.
the tea I got from the Canadian Starbucks. It's like a rose tea latte.
Ooh, those are.
That sounds very good.
It was the best drink I've ever had, and I was like, "How do I get this in America?" And they're like, "I don't know." I was like, "Okay."
I was about to say, you can get rose tea in America, but I've never had the latte version that you've just described.
Yeah, it's like having rose sprinkles.
I wonder if
I
you
think
could
Starbucks
look it
is
up.
going to start doing like tea lattes because they've had the chai tea latte and now they have the Earl Grey latte.
Yeah, so that's
Okay,
a
so
thing.
it must
like,
be coming down the pipeline.
well, but like Earl Grey. Sorry to be that bitch, but
It's
like
okay.
it was a drink you can always order, but they never had it on the menu because all it is
It's just tea and
Earl
milk.
Grey tea, vanilla syrup, and some milk of your choice.
Yeah.
I'm the person at Starbucks that gets like the featured drink because I never have anything. So I'm like, sure, I'll try this strawberry frappuccino thing. And they're like, okay.
Like,
It's like whatever is like the main new thing. I'm like, I'll try this caramel swirl.
The thing is, like, I love the idea of a Starbucks drink, but most of the time when I actually drink one, I'm like, this has very little substance to it. Like, it was just like a yummy drink for like 1 minute, and now it's gone, and it's mostly whipped cream. You know?
Yep.
So like, I like the vanilla bean, whatever that's called, frappuccino. Very good.
That's like a milkshake.
That's my order.
When it's like seasonal, like around Christmas time, my favorite is the chestnut praline latte. It is so good. That is like peak deliciousness. But I am more of like a bubble tea person in a general sense. So I just go out and I buy bubble tea, and when I do, it's extremely rarely now because I used to have a problem in college where we would go like twice a day all the time. It was a little bit too much. Because that was like our main hangout spot at the bubble tea place on campus, which now sadly doesn't exist anymore. But that was like the main spot. They had the best bubble tea. And now when I go, I'm like, gotta save my $4 for my bubble tea this week. Once a week, maybe. I don't know if I deserve it. But I'm going tomorrow, so it'll happen.
Jayla.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh no, God. Yeah, look out for it and then keep it pushing. Don't get comfortable.
Take a good look at it.
Oh my god, good take. Good take. We only just got the pink drink in the UK, if that gives you an idea of how limited our Starbucks. What is the pink drink?
We've had that for a minute.
I don't know what it is, but it was very popular.
Is it passion?
Yeah, it's like the passion fruit with coconut milk.
Is it the passion? I thought it was the strawberry acai.
Yeah, I thought it was
It's probably that. I'm not exactly sure. It's one of those refreshers with coconut milk. I had it
one. A coffee connoisseur over there, so.
I didn't work at Starbucks though. I am only guessing.
Oh.
I mean,
I have the app. Let me see.
I was about to say it's not always on the menu, but like I remember going up being like, I am here because someone took me. I don't know what to drink. I don't like coffee. And they're like, have the pink drink. I'm like, okay.
I only remember it.
Like, purposely a little vague. Starbucks lattes only have like a fart from a single coffee bean. It always tastes like at least
Beautifully said.
Disagree. I feel like it tastes so much like coffee.
Yeah, my grandma thinks it tastes like burnt coffee, and my grandma has drunk lots of coffee. She loves coffee.
Yeah, it's got a taste to it.
Yeah, it's fish. Okay, it depends, but the fruity, because I like fruity stuff and I like earthy things, so my fruity order is strawberry, green apple, peach together, mixed up. Sounds like it's too much. It's not. It's delicious. Perfect. Strawberry, green apple, peach. The earthy one is, I always like to have a milk cap, or like the cheese cap, which sounds like, what is that? That sounds kind of gross, or like nothing. Why would I pay an extra $1 for that? But it's like almost like if cream cheese was a nice like sweet foam on top of it, and you're supposed to like drink it with it, rather than like through the straw, in that sense, for the milk cap, so that you actually like get to taste that. That's like the cheese cap. The milk cap one is just like a sweet but salty cap thing, which is good. Lately I've been just always getting matcha because it's delicious. But I used to always get like taro or various other different things. I don't know. It's all good. I like it.
With the strawberry boba?
Speaking my language.
I only had one, but I got the taro because we were going to maybe do that readathon, and I wanted to know what that tasted like, because that would have been like my team, is like I've never had it. And then I got the red beans in it, I think, as like I didn't get the bubble, but I got red beans, and it was tasty.
It is pretty good, yeah. Also, that was so long ago. I literally was like, I want to do a readathon, and that was in November, and I had never been a part of a readathon before, like, hosting it. So I was like, this is going to be so much work. I'm going to have to, like, prep everything ahead of time. I have to draw everything by hand. So I was like, okay, I don't have time. We'll do it in February. It's July. I haven't touched it since November 20-something, probably, because that was
very Rachel of you.
Everything began. But I still have the Discord, if that means anything to anybody. I don't know, it doesn't, but it's fine.
I'll give you a pat on the back for that. Good job, Rachel.
I still want to make it happen. I think it'd be really fun. Because
it will be fun.
Simple concept, and I feel like I overcomplicated it, where I was like, this means this means this means this, but like I can simplify this down and make this like a 2-week readathon. Now that I have like the experience as a readathon person who's hosted several of them, I'm like, now I know what I'm doing.
I really only ever like a 1 week or a 2 week readathon.
Yeah, I feel
because
like
when it's a month or something, I can't keep up. I can't.
Well, the other thing is, I feel like even as a host, it's like extremely exhausting after a certain point, because usually I also manage the Twitter for every readathon. So like I'm still connected to the Tinkerbell readathon and the Ghibli readathon, and I constantly get notifications from them, and I'm like, what is this? This was from February or something. And they're like, oh my God, here's the scene with Ben Barnes. Look at the way that he looks at it. I'm like, why is the Tinkerbell readathon getting recommendations for this? It's probably because I keep clicking on every notification I get, but still. So I don't know. I never really like unlink from that stuff, but it is very exhausting. So like after like 2 to 3 weeks, usually I'm like, oh, we're still doing the readathon. Okay, I gotta like keep doing whatever it is. But I feel like 2 to 3 weeks is like my sweet spot, where like it's just enough time that like I can actually get all my reading in that I want to do for it, and I'm still interested in it. But like past the 3-week mark, I can do it. It's fine, but I won't be as hyped for it, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, my minimum's 2 weeks, because I'm kind of like a slower reader. So like if a readathon's very prompt heavy, I'm just like, well, I can only read like 2 books in a week. So like I don't feel like I can participate and feel like I'm accomplishing anything. But if it's like 2 weeks, I can read like 4 to 5 books.
Yeah.
So, feels a little better.
My first readathon that I ever participated in while being on BookTube was Tome Topple. Because
I love Tome Topples.
Yeah, I had like just started my channel or whatever, so I participated in it. But like by the second week, I was just over it. But I read Mistborn during that.
There you go.
Yeah. This one is so cool.
What
the
is
way LOL? Is this real?
That has to be. There are so many of those books. They probably are just going.
Yeah, this is by that booktuber Emmy, who has like a bunch of subscribers, but she mostly reads classics. And her and this other one, Carolyn Marie Reads, they're reading like all of Dickens and Tolstoy, and I think it's like one a month or one every 2 months. So it goes for 4 years.
Oh my God, that's so long.
I'm impressed. I might be able to. This might be my type of read along.
Well, I mean, so like there's the Octavia Butler slow read along that's been going on for, it'll be 2 years. The first year's almost over.
I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
The fact they're all saying years really is bringing me joy. Like,
well, because Injiri like is notorious for like maybe only reading 2 books a month, which is great. Like that, it's no issue with that. But she's just like, I can't be reading things super fast. We're reading one Octavia Butler every 2 to 3 months, and that's how we're doing it.
Yeah, I forgot. I've been following that actually.
I love it though. I'm like, wait a minute.
This is incredible, but I have a lot of problems with commitment. Like not to like friends, but just in terms of like, I'm going to sign on for 4 years.
Well, I assume you can like go in and come back. Like it's like get to the Dickens book you like, and then you can read it with a bunch of people.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume so.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with the Octavia Butler one because like a lot of them I've read. So sometimes I'll go to the discussion or whatever, and then the ones I haven't read, I'll just read them not that long before the discussion.
Yeah. No, yeah, they're finishing up the Patternist series, and then it's going to be
this come from?
She loves
That's so funny.
She's just making conversation.
I don't have any new thoughts about her. All my thoughts are from a very long time
wonder
ago.
what it's like to be lusted after by 2 men, but other than that,
by a vampire and a wolf and a werewolf.
Specifically a werewolf.
He's a menace. She was going to name her child Edward Jacob.
She has really bad naming skills, that's for sure.
Edward Jacob. No.
Wait, what's wrong with Edward?
Renesmee?
Edward and Jacob. Oh, that.
I mean, Renesmee has a lot of issues.
If it was a boy, she was going to name her child Edward Jacob.
That's so bad.
First and middle name, right?
Well,
I think it would have been like EJ.
Her lovers.
Yeah, and EJ's better than Nessie.
Yeah, but you really shouldn't name your kid after your ex.
What about your father and your father-in-law?
Yes.
I don't know.
Charlie, Carlisle, anyone? No, the Jacob.
Carlisle.
Charlie is a great
Could
name.
you imagine that? Like, well, never mind. I don't even want to get into that.
What? What?
I want to get into
Well,
it.
because like she
For
wasn't gonna
sure.
add any like gay or queer or lesbian characters to it. So I was gonna be like, imagine you marry Jacob later on and you have the same like your name's Edward Jacob.
Uh-huh.
That's weird. That's awkward.
Well, you're right.
I just remember reading Breaking Dawn like as a 14-year-old and being like, what happened? This was all like really fun, and now I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm just like, what's happening?
Somebody posted a meme today because Twilight's on Netflix now or whatever. So that's why everybody's talking about it. And it was
I didn't know why, so this is good to know.
yeah. So I don't know, have all of y'all seen Trolls?
Yes.
I know of it.
But
I've seen it too many times, yes.
Okay, so there's like a really sparkly troll, and it was like Edward telling Bella that he's a predator and that she shouldn't be around him, and it's just the face of the sparkly troll.
Yeah, I love the internet so much.
there's a TikTok going around of China McClain.
I was just going to say that because Ian McClain was
It is so good.
Wait,
And
wait,
when she like starts laughing at the end.
you nailed the perfect
One
facial
person say
expression.
it. One
Wait.
person explain it.
I'm going to see if I can find it because I think I saved it.
Please do, because I
No,
love
she's talking.
any reaction clips with China and McClain in them. She's so funny without trying to be. She's like Kiki
I
Palmer.
can't even be Bella Swan. It's just a shaking. It's just Bella screaming like.
I think I've always like after I was forced to read Wuthering Heights in high school, which I remember it being Bella's like favorite book. I had issues trusting her judgment a lot more. I mean, there were already issues, but like I think that's where I was like, really, this is the book you really loved as like a sophomore in high school?
She's not like other girls.
Oh, you're displaying.
I'm so excited for everyone to watch.
Oh my god, I've watched this like 7 times.
Wait, start it over.
All right, so this is Bella getting an Uber.
From Twilight, catching an Uber. Hi, now Bella. Can you take me home, please? I really just want to go home. What? I forgot ever since Edward left, I don't really even have a home anymore. Nothing, never mind. You can just drive. Just drive, please. Thanks.
Twilight, catching
Give her an Oscar. That was fantastic.
I forgot I don't have a home.
She can't act because she be doing the most and things like Descendants and stuff. But she is so funny, and she's actually a very good actress.
I'm crying. Oh my gosh.
Who's Edward? I don't know where you live.
Where's your address?
Oh, I forgot.
I haven't had a home.
I haven't had a home.
I have no answer to that.
What?
To be honest.
I mean, she is Mormon.
I think my theory behind Twilight is she was watching Buffy with too much wine and fell asleep and then thought she created Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
She thought she made
She acts like it was such a unique concept. I'm like, excuse me.
Wuthering Heights is a metaphor for what?
I mean, it is. It has a lot of literary good quality. It's just for a pleasure read, I question it.
What's in a metaphor too?
Is a foreshadow for Bella?
I mean, it's about abuse and cyclical abuse. That's what I know Wuthering Heights is about.
So is it foreshadowing that Bella's getting abused by her sparkly boyfriend?
Absolutely.
Her troll boyfriend.
The Lattori?
It's a metaphor for the fact that she was getting trolled by a sparkly man.
Hey!
It was for sure foreshadowing to her naming her kid after mothers again, because that happens a lot in that book. Lots of renaming of people.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much.
I still have beef with whoever decided that they were gonna just like put a fake face on that baby.
I'm so. Why did they? Why?
What's the reason for that?
They wanted us to not like the movie.
But yeah. I like the musical that's loosely based off of it.
There's a musical?
It's someone's name and the Comet of 1812. I can't remember the name of the guy. He's in War and Peace. Pierre? It's Pierre. I think it's that.
That's the name of it? Pierre?
Yeah, it had Josh Groban in it.
Oh, yes.
It's only based off like the very beginning of like War and Peace. It's a very small part.
What is it called?
Is it called Pierre?
Pierre and the Comet of 1812.
Yes. My old boss used to play that soundtrack all the time. Like it was in her Spotify top artist of wrap up. I was like, enough.
I was about to say it's good, but it's not catchy. Like that's not what that musical is.
That's so funny. Like I have no knowledge about this show, but just for that to be like in her Spotify wrap up.
To be fair, it was the theater department, but still.
I suppose. What are all the Buffy comparisons? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm more basing it off the whole you have a young teenage girl who falls in love with the 100-year-old vampire. That's the big one.
Yeah, pretty basic.
Does she date a wolf?
There is also a werewolf in Buffy, but it's not part of that love triangle. It's a different thing. It's not like a lot. Like I'm just saying,
choice
like
is obvious. If you have a werewolf versus a vampire, you're gonna go with the werewolf. Is that just
I don't know. I never understood it from like a pure like I don't like to be cold perspective. Why would I choose the vampire?
That was my favorite part of this year. I was living. That was when I knew I lived for a love triangle. I was like,
my favorite thing is like any clips when they're in that tent or something, and then he's like, I'm only one who can warm her up, you dumbass. Like, you're not gonna cuddle with her. She's freezing.
I was 50-year-old me was like, push me off the mountain. Was squealing.
That was so dramatic. She was like, push me off the fucking mountain. It was like, I'm not gonna do that. Like there's no reason why any of us are gonna do that right now. Like out of the context of watching the movie, it's just ridiculous. Push me off the mountain. I don't think so.
I will be going to bed soonish.
I think we're probably just chilling before we wrap it up here, which we probably will do soon. So you might want to head over to Mel's channel for more sprints, I think.
I'm gonna eat pancakes.
The menu is overwhelming. I agree. I just picked 2 things and put them together.
Yeah, usually, like if you want boba, that's like little tapioca balls. So just say that you want it with bubbles, and then just pick a flavor that looks fun or ask them for a recommendation. I do that a lot where I'm just like, what's good? I like fruity stuff. And then they're like, how about this or this or this? And then pick one of those. Who is Seth Green?
He was the werewolf character in Buffy, and he was in other stuff too. He's in other comedies.
90s, like movie star guy. He played like the short guy. Not short.
The short guy?
He is short. He's like
Austin Powers.
Is this the same guy? He played that guy that he's always in everything. You know what he looks
sorry.
like.
Is Seth Green the one that was in Austin Powers too? Or am I thinking of a different?
I think he was also in a sitcom, but I don't remember which one. Let me look up my.
Yeah, Seth Green was the one. He's in Austin Powers. He's Dr. Evil's son.
Oh my God, Seth Green is
Italian Job as well. Did
Yeah.
anyone watch Italian Job with Mark? With what's his name?
I remember
Thank
he's
you, Scott Evil.
so nerdy in like his older films, but like he has aged well. Also, he's 5'4", so unfortunately, no. But
no,
what's wrong with 5'4"?
I'm 5'8".
It was never not a secret.
I wouldn't mind with you, Stephanie.
Thank
we
you.
could work. Don't you worry.
Okay.
No
I
fear.
will say, as someone who's like 5'2", 5'4" is on the lower end of my like scale. It's like now you're too close to my height.
I don't mind if I'm the same height as someone, but I just don't want them to be shorter than me.
Yeah, I remember.
That's what I know him from, and that's where he does not deserve Sexy Velma. Like they do that. That's the ship in there. He plays some character with Velma.
The Daphne in that is also Buffy.
Yeah, yeah.
I just remember him from Italian Job. That's like the thing I watch.
What's a bookish red flag?
I don't remember him as Scooby Doo.
I released the breath I didn't know I was holding. It's a flag.
I've heard that so many times in the last like 3 days in the books that I'm like all the books that I'm listening to, every single one has that.
Oh God.
Holding one's breath is a part of life.
That was in the project.
They all let it out and they didn't know.
Wait, Mo, did you hate the project too? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
When that part happened in the project, I was like, this couldn't be possible that this line was in this book. But of course
it couldn't be possible that the project was written by Courtney Summers. I need to call Courtney and we need to have a conversation because it just doesn't seem right. Something's off.
that was my first read by her and I was like, okay.
Oh man,
I'm gonna give Sadie a try because everyone said
Sadie
that
is
was
so
a masterpiece.
Yeah.
he is so good.
Vish, I disagree with you. Love triangles are not all inherently bad.
Like not love triangles in response to red.
I think so.
I'm trying to think of a book I read where I was like, oh, I don't feel good about this. The only one I can think of, and I think it's going to hurt Rachel, is like Artemis, where like I started that book and I was like,
I'm not hurt because I haven't like really read it yet.
I only read the first 50 pages in DNF because it had a lot of red flags for me. It was like, oh, I don't like the plot device of like, we all need to get together to do a thing. Because I also didn't like any of the characters. And Artemis to me, not to everyone, but to me read like the Jazz main character read like a female character written by a dude, but it like came out recently. So I just really wasn't feeling that, like those vibes. So I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I started reading it already knowing that a lot of people really don't like it, which I don't really think I've said like in a video or anything, but I am aware that almost everyone I know who has read Artemis is like, this is the worst like Andy Weir book, but this is also like one of the worst books I've read, like, or they just can't finish it or something.
Yeah, I mean, I just stopped because I wasn't feeling it. Like the Moon stuff itself was cool, but like Jazz was not like, she was unlikable, but not in a way that made her fun for me to follow. Like I can handle an unlikable protagonist, but like I have to also like find them intriguing, and I just kind of found them, I don't know, like annoying. But I only read 50 pages, but a lot of my friends told me that if you start off not liking Jazz, it does not improve. Like it's not like a journey.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I think I read like 80 something pages of it and I enjoyed it. Like I started to see some of the stuff that I was like, this didn't feel like this had to be in here, like this stuff about this, because there was like a part where she like brings up a chair and she sits on it backwards, like, you know, like the back of the chair is here in front of her, and then she just like puts one leg up and bites her lip, and she's like thinking about something, and the guy there is like, oh, do girls know that they look sexy when they sit like that? And she's like, of course we know. And I'm like, why do you sit like that? Like, you were having a full conversation with this person, and then you just brought a chair up and you sat like that, and then you said, yes, I know. And then, like, the conversation ended, and I was like, I don't understand why you did this scene. Like, this is just a little bit...
We love organic dialogue.
This is a little bit ridiculous. And then there was, like, another scene with, like, a slightly sexual thing. And I was like, I don't like that part. But the rest of it, like, the world building on the moon seemed really cool. And I guess because I knew, like, a lot of people didn't like Artemis, I wanted to, like, give it more of a chance, I guess. Also because I love The Martian so much. So, like, so far it is not enough of a red flag. Unfortunately, I read so many books I end up rating so lowly. So, honestly, I don't know what red flags are because I just ignore them and I keep reading, probably. But
they changed it to saying not, like, in a book, but, like, if someone likes a book, what you consider a red flag. That's, like, a comment further down.
Oh, like a book. Like, if someone's like, that's my favorite book, and you're like, we can't be together. Nicole, your favorite book is
Catcher in the Rye.
Catcher in the Rye.
Oh,
I love that book.
oh
Sorry.
my god.
I don't think I have one because I don't know. There's too much that, like, you would assume that you can't assume going into someone's favorite book. I don't know. That seems weird.
I have an answer. It's Ready Player One. I hate that book so much. I know,
I
like,
can see why some people like it.
I can see why, and I have plenty of friends who love it, so it's not like it's a red flag, so, like, I can't be friends with you. It's more just, like,
We don't
I hate that book so much. If I, like, in terms of, like, a red flag for, like, dating, like, my boyfriend knows how much I hate that book, and he will allow me to rant about it for a while. Like, that is not something I can argue with someone on of, like, oh, I guess it was pretty good. Like, behind closed doors, away from the internet, I have to be like, I hate this book. These are all the reasons I don't like this book. I understand people like it. That's not the conversation I'm having right now. I hate this. Like, I need to be able to do that.
I once had a first date with a person. It didn't go to a second date. And we were sitting there and he asked me what books I like. And so I listed some of my favorite authors. And instead of saying his favorite authors or just nodding or whatever, he decides to take one of the authors I mentioned and then spend the rest of the date telling me why that author sucked. And so that's like a person book red flag, right? Like, like, I'm not saying you have to like pretend to like someone else's thing, but you should probably not completely
like demolish that person as like
the whole time, at least. I know.
like I would accept, oh, he's not a favorite author of mine. I can accept that. I'm an adult. I can do that.
Yeah. Like, I can accept, like, a little criticism of that author, too. Like, that's fine. But don't rant for a whole meal. That's good. Cracked Up to Be... I have not even heard of this, Cracked Up to Be.
My sister loves Cracked Up to Be, and I think she would agree with this assessment.
Tell me read this.
She loves Courtney Summers, so anything by her she's probably read.
I do want to read that. I always see it at Barnes & Noble, and I'm like, I should get that.
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the plot of War and Peace.
Like, isn't it just like a Russian war, and like you follow some people during that war?
That's what I thought, but like I don't remember the themes. Like I
mean, if it's a Russian book, it's got a lot of tragedy, right?
Yeah, I was like, I remember tragedy. Like, I don't remember what I learned from it.
You just
like,
remember
I'm just
being
basing
in
this
despair.
purely off of like Russian literature is sad. Like, don't read Russian Christmas stories. That's what I learned from my friend's channel, the Codex Cantina, because they read a bunch of Russian Christmas stories and they're pretty sad.
Oh no.
Has anyone read the Gemma Doyle trilogy here?
No. What is that?
It's like Viola Bray, the same person who wrote The Diviners, and I don't know how she can write one really, really great series and then write one really, really bad series.
Wait. Is this the one with the Great and Terrible Beauty?
Yes.
Oh, I have read it. I didn't know it had a name that was that.
The Gemma Doyle trilogy is like the name of the full thing, but
You know, I read all of them, but it was a long time ago.
Did you like them?
I mean, I didn't like them enough to read them again or keep them, but I didn't hate my life. But this was when I was 14 or 13. So it was.
I hated my life, but I had to finish them because I bought them all. So
yeah, but I mean, I was also like of the age, I think. Which
when did I read those? I read them maybe in 2018.
Yeah, no, I was.
I think there are
reading
some
these-
things in there that are just not.
Oh, and like I heard about some of the things now, like some of the words used to describe people, like it's bad. It's not good.
This
It's
woman
not good.
literally said, I can't even get into it.
No, it's bad. Like it's definitely not stuff that because I read it. How old was I? It was like 2008 or 2007. So we were still saying nonsense stuff in the hallways of high school that one wouldn't say now. You know, it's just
That's fair.
yeah. But yeah, no, that the love interest is done dirty in many ways in that.
Yes,
series.
and the fact that they, yes, yes.
Just wants to know what author it was that your date was bashing on.
Oh, it was Brandon Sanderson.
They went off on Brandon Sanderson for like an hour?
Yeah, I was like, I know he's not for everyone. Like, this is before I was even on the book internet, and I was mature enough as a Sanderson fan since 2005 to recognize that. And then he just goes on about how great A Song of Ice and Fire is. It's like, yeah, I know, I've read it. It's fine. Like, whatever. Like, what are we
That
talking?
was his author of choice where he was like, Brandon Sanderson? No, but George R.R. Martin. That's the point where you're like, this has been nice. Have you paid for my food yet? Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna go home.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. I'm just like, what is... I mean, this is actually, like, it was a fun book debate, but I'm like, I also don't want to date you because I want to like things without having to defend myself.
That sounds like it'll be so cute in theory. Like, oh, we get to talk about our favorite books and stuff on this date, but then he goes and ruins it by just bashing it completely.
Well, it's also why, like, I put my favorite stuff, like, you know, in the dating profile when I was doing all that, just so people knew, so that, A, they could just know, don't diss this, you know, like, easy give, like, don't step on this landmine sort of thing. I felt very generous in that, but
This man looked that up and he was like, we're going to go on a date and I'm going to talk about this for an hour.
I'm prepared. I'm prepared to squash.
I have flashcards ready.
I know I'm with the right person now because we both read Dark Matter recently and we both have the same opinions. It's
You don't like it?
I gave it 2 stars. I did not like it.
Dark Matter. I
think it's okay to like it. I just think that, like, I would have preferred the movie version, and it felt like it was already the movie version. So I spent like twice as long consuming a story that could have been like 2.5 hours of my life, but it took like 5 hours of my life.
Yeah,
that makes
I
sense.
agree with you.
You know, like, I don't actually have any issues other than, like, it's just like really tropey, and I think part of the problem is everyone's like, go in blind. It's so thrilling. It's like the perfect example. And I'm like, I mean, I guess I was never thrilled. So I felt like it failed on like the fundamental part of its genre. So
my problem was that he
science
just
is
like
magical.
won't stop talking about his wife in a really sexual way. And it was just like too much for me because like I get that you probably have sex with your wife and it's fine, but like the only way he would describe his wife was like, oh my god, her beautiful curves, I gotta get back to her, oh, her wine-stained lips, the way she would say my name with that little accent, oh my god, I love her. And I was like, I get that you love your wife and we all love a man who loves his wife, but bro, you can't just be like, this is her body, this is her mouth, this is like
I don't remember him talking about her like that, so that's why I need to go back and read.
what's
he
like
always
Yeah,
talk about
part
her.
of it. No.
What's a little more striking is like in theory the book's about how this man loves his family and he's taken from his family, right? Like that's the premise.
He's like, I hate my son.
But he like never talks about his son.
He
like
never
never
talks about
thinks
his son.
about his son for
He
longer than like
literally-
a second.
He literally is like, this one's better because I don't have a son now. And I'm like, girl, you can't do that.
I don't think he said it that way.
He
Okay.
literally has like several pages of him being like, I hate my son so much right now. And not in like a literary fiction, like, let's examine the internal struggles of a parent. He's just like, oh my god, my son is so annoying. If he left and didn't come back, I'd be really happy.
I don't think that's what he said. I don't
It's not
I think he's exaggerating too, but it's
But
I
the
literally
reason
just
why-
read it like 2 weeks ago. I don't remember that at all.
giving us all the angles. Giving us a whole house tour right now.
I know.
No,
Sorry.
Nicole.
I love
Like,
it.
make me comfy.
I am getting the layout.
Sorry, I read the comment where it was like, what's a book you could give a TED Talk about? And I immediately thought, for Rachel, The Starless Sea.
No.
You give me a TED Talk about this damn book like every other week.
No. That or
Okay.
Sleeping Giants.
I don't. The difference is like, do you want to TED Talk on a book I love? Because if you do, like, I can talk at length about like maybe a series of unfortunate events in a way that like I can articulate thoughts about it because I've read it for so long and for so many years that I've thought about it. But if you want me to talk about like, oh my god, why is Sleeping Giants good? I'll probably just be like, it's so good. Like this thing, I can't tell you. I'm gonna spoil it. Like I can't really tell you anything about it. If you want me to talk at length about a book I didn't like, I can do that so easily. Take your pick.
I forget. Did you like or not like The Starless Sea?
I did not really like The Starless Sea.
I didn't. Yeah, the ending was not it for me.
Well, that's why.
Really didn't like the ending.
I could never
why
get
she gives me
the
the
Night
TED Talk.
Circus. Like I DNF'd the Night Circus so many times.
Really? I
I
actually
not like the Night Circus.
liked the Night Circus when I read it, but I think at the time I also had like a very weird rating system because it was very much based on like, oh my god, everyone else is giving it 5 stars. Okay, maybe I'll give it 5 stars. That was before I was more discerning. Because like if I hated a book, I was not afraid to give it a 1-star review. But if I liked it and I was like, oh, this was good, oh, I liked it. Do I really understand anything that happened in this book? No. Did it give me a 5-star feeling? No. But everyone else is giving it 5 stars, and I feel bad. They wrote this book and it was good. Okay, I'll give it 5 stars. Yeah. Now I'm like, it was good, 3 stars. Like,
yeah,
it was good. It was great. It was 4 stars. It was fantastic. It's 5 stars.
That was way before I started BookTube, but when I first started watching BookTube, I was watching a lot of Hannah, a Clockwork Reader, who like loves the Night Circus. So I picked it up one day at the library, and I was really excited. So I don't know what happened, but it did not work out at all. Like, at all.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like people say, like, if you didn't love the Starless Sea, you might love the Night Circus. So for people who don't like the Night Circus, I have no idea if it's like a vice versa relationship or if we just...
I hear the writing is still the same, and there's still more emphasis on atmosphere than plot or character work.
I would say
I've read both, and I don't like either.
I don't like that.
I was liking Starless Sea, but I didn't finish it just because my library hold was.
Well, don't finish it. Hold on to the good memories.
No, I might finish it. Just to see where it goes.
No, I mean that's fair.
I mean, some people. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Oh, some people read it and like something unlocks in their brain and they like love it. They have an amazing experience with it. And then there's other people like me who have a pea brain and I'm like, oh, what did I just read?
Yeah, exactly.
Or there's like people like me who I was so excited. I saw all the breadcrumbs. I was taking notes. I was having a fun time. I was so excited to connect the threads. And then she did a thing that wasn't in the threads. She went somewhere else. And I'm like, this was not a thread. And didn't like it.
That's also, I mean, I wasn't physically taking notes, but I was like following enough with the motifs where they were like, there's a bee, there's a key, there's honey. And I was like, all right,
having flashbacks.
The swords, Zachary Ezra Rollins saying the full name. I see what you're doing here. But like
Zachary Ezra, Beyonce,
after a
Knowles
while, I
Rollins.
was like,
Beyonce Knowles Rollins. Good night.
Look, I was here for the like star-crossed lovers. Like I loved them, their star-crossed lovers story. But then there was like everything that happened to Zachary. I was like, skip. Like I don't care. Like I have to listen to this whole thing. I have to keep reading. But then I realized after a while, I was like, this is like kind of bad writing because you're just like copying the trope of like, what if I said the character's full name and then I just described pretty things. But like nothing happens to the character, nothing happens in the plot, and nothing makes sense either. Like it's all like a dreamscape sequence of like, then we floated up into the sky, and then this woman in a polar bear costume appeared and attacked me. Then I fell into a secret library. Now there's a devil that tied me to a tree.
Wait now.
Like,
Hold
what
on.
are you talking
There
about?
was the
I
polar
haven't
bear
finished the
outfit.
book yet. You're
That's
getting
like
involved.
that's like the beginning to the middle of the book. Like it's so early on that I was already like, we are departing from reality at this point. Like none of this is going to make
Yeah, I
sense.
think if like you like the vibes and the themes and you don't care about the other bits, it's fantastic. Because I think it's fun in terms of vibes and themes, but it's also 500 pages of vibes and themes.
So long. It's too much.
So
I cannot like I love that other people love it for them. I'm happy for them. I don't like that book. I think it's a gorgeous copy of it. I just wish the inside was better. I just can't get behind it. Also, I've been hovering over this question because we were talking about books, but I would probably recommend something like taro because it sounds like you like earthy flavors, and taro is a very like simple, mild but good flavor, or something in that range. If you like matcha, that's very good. It is like kind of a stronger bitter flavor, but you can usually also adjust like how sweet you want it to be, so you can do that too.
I think I need to go to sleep though, because I'll just keep talking to you guys till the sun comes up, and that's not good for my health.
What time zone are you?
Do another reader dare.
Well, I mean, I'm on the Eastern time zone, but like we're already approaching 1 a.m. and we don't know what time is anymore.
Oh my god. Well, fair enough. I think we should probably generally end sprints. Oh my god, John says I read War and Peace in 1985. How do you remember it? That was so long
I mean, it was a long book. I don't know. I put that in the same category as like Les Mis of books that I know are classics, but that I will not read.
And Anna Karenina, that I got rid of my copy like last month because it scared me.
Reading classics is like you have to learn another language. So like more power to all the people who know how to do that. But like that's where my brain's too small. That's where my brain's like, I don't want to learn new syntax. I want to stay in modern syntax.
Yeah, I can't adjust my brain as well. It depends. If there's something like I truly love, I think I can get through it. Like I have The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is my favorite movie, period, ever. It is my favorite of all time. So I feel like I could get through this, and actually it's not like as intimidatingly thick as I thought it was. And I started reading it and I really liked it. So this is like the exception to the rule of like classics.
Sorry to interrupt, but Chai from Chai Be Reading, she's meeting Dana from Dana Days.
Oh my god.
Dana's just getting around.
Wait, I thought Dana was in LA.
She is. That's where Chai's from.
Really?
She?
What?
You Be Reading. Yeah, she lives in LA.
I'm gonna message her.
And they're just hanging out at whatever time it is in California right now.
Live in LA.
California is going to be at like 10 p.m. now.
Is Mo not in LA?
We are.
Mo, go meet them.
We're just brand new. Like we just every day we figure out where people live. We're like, oh,
I know.
I'm just in Boston, chilling.
yeah, it's almost 10 here.
You're a little bit of a train ride. We can meet up.
Where are you?
New York.
Oh yeah.
I guess I should have mentioned that. Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, I trusted that you knew. I just didn't.
You think I'm lying? No, I'm kidding. But yeah. East Coast.
One day.
Do a thing.
The ultimate meetup.
I do love New York City, but I want to wait for musicals to be back so I can go see one.
Fall. Let's
Yes.
do it.
I think they're coming back in September though, I think.
They are.
I always treat myself.
Well, if you're in the area, let me know. I am one train ride away from New York City. So
Okay. Sounds good. I'll try and do that.
well, I think we have been live for almost 5.5 hours.
Crazy.
Ish. I thought you sounded in Boston when you said something.
I shouldn't sound Boston. I was raised in Cleveland, Ohio. I moved here 4 years ago.
I think it's just
I do hear a bit of Boston in you.
Oh, okay. Or maybe I'm just acclimating, but there's no Boston accent anymore. It's all blue-collar workers, and everyone here is just young professionals gentrifying the neighborhoods like me. Like,
wow.
that was a very like full
critical
explanation.
assessment.
Like I am not from Boston. Don't get it twisted, please.
Yeah.
no. I
I'm
mean,
only taking it over.
Ding, dang, diggity, ding.
Is that what Boston sounds like?
I mean, Boston's supposed to be like, you're supposed to make the O's like A's. Like, it's supposed to be like Boston. Like, it's
Castle.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, it's Mark. Who's the guy who played Mark Watney in The Martian?
Matt Damon. Yeah, it's Matt
Yeah.
Damon. It's Ben Affleck.
It's
Watch some Good Will Hunting.
You think of The Martian before you think of Matt Damon? I'm sorry. What?
Hold on.
Rachel doesn't do like that.
But Matt Damon's beyond pop culture. Like,
sorry, The Martian makes sense. He's literally in another world. Like, no.
also, Chris Evans is from this area. If you didn't know.
Oh.
Wait, why? Is he from Cleveland?
I have I didn't really watch that show.
Okay, that is a
backstory of Ted.
Oh, I have Cleveland news. No one cares about this but me.
Wait.
But the Cleveland baseball team used to be called the Cleveland Indians, much to my chagrin for most of my life. And we're finally not the Indians. We're the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah.
And they announced it with Tom Hanks, and it was fantastic.
Oh, yay!
It was. I saw that on Twitter. That's
And
also
all the
very
white
good.
boys are really mad, but it's okay.
Of course they are, but good. I'm happy that they're mad. But
I'm
honestly,
very
I thought
happy
it
about
was
it.
meant Mr. Mosby from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
That's
not
what I thought
Mosby.
too.
Sorry, I got
How I
Wait,
on
Met
my
Your Mother.
Wait,
Which was always
I
fun.
watched How I Met Your Mother, but I do not care about Ted Mosby at all. So
I love Ted
Is that the
Mosby,
guy
but
that's telling the story?
it's literally him. He's the main character.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
It's like
I
the
don't
main
want
dude
to-
from Scrubs. It's like the same person, but they're slightly different.
I also was legitimately under the impression that was like
Mr. Mosby. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the more iconic character for sure.
I was like, I never knew he was from Cleveland. Don't remember that episode.
They have an episode about that.
I'll accept it.
Halle Berry's from Cleveland, if anyone needed more Cleveland facts.
I did not know
Okay,
that.
so yesterday we were like, don't go to Nebraska, and now what we're learning is go to Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland has parking downtown too, and it's affordable. You get all the pleasures of being in a major city, but you can park your car.
Okay,
Nice.
actually that is a plus. That's a major plus.
That is actually something to consider heavily.
Also, rent there is like you can, you know how much footage you get in New York City for $1? It's like multiply that by 5 or 10.
Well, damn, Angela, if you love Cleveland so much, why'd you move to Boston?
To get a PhD and live in my 20s in Boston, I'm moving back. I'm not buying a house here.
Buying a house, what a concept.
I'm not. Well, you can't buy a house on the East Coast with our paychecks and debt. That's not a thing. I'm going back to Ohio where it's like $100,000.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, Angela's like, I got a PhD, so I have the intelligence to know I'm not living here. Like, no.
Well, also, not to be morbid, but climate change, right? Everything's horrible and falling apart. Ohio, pure body of water, like clean water. It's flat, no like natural disasters. There's a lot of like land for farming.
You have
That's
thought
where I
about
want to set up. That's where my family dynasty is going to be.
Oh, I'm in Miami. I gotta get out of here.
Yes, you do.
You are going to fall into the ocean in like 10 years. Like,
We're like tomorrow. We're already on the ocean.
why are you're like under a blanket and you're like, climate change is a real
Well,
problem.
if she's in Miami, her AC is probably on and it's probably cold.
I guess.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
You can swim.
I'm a hydrologist.
Drive back.
A hydrogeologist. But that's what we do.
Hydrogeologist?
Yeah.
Wait, geology isn't rocks.
Yes.
It is rocks. Hydro, so rock, water rock?
Is it like when you're
Rocks
underwater
under
with
the
Florida?
seabed on
Like
the seashore.
How water interacts with rocks and
It
vice versa.
erodes it. That's one step, right?
Hydrogeology. The more you know.
Erosion.
Guys, I tried to learn this cat 15 minutes ago. Here we are. This is horrible.
This never ends.
Granite.
It's a huge
I took a geology class and let me just say
We're
this
not
story.
ending.
Let me
Tell
say my
your story. I need you to tell
I
your
am gonna
story.
be quiet because I'm okay. So freshman year of college, I told this to Nicole. I was like, I'm proud to say I am a geologist. Anyway, so freshman year of college, I was like, I'm not gonna take chemistry, because that's gonna be a hard lab science. I'm gonna take something else like
Everyone
geology.
does this. Everyone's like, geology's easy.
But my dumb behind was like, ooh, I'm gonna take geology 201 because they have field trips. Yeah.
You took the advanced course.
No,
you had to take.
they were gonna go to like what?
A
The
museum,
the movie theater. No.
a zoo.
You
As
think
a
it's like Miss
geologist,
Frizzle.
Your field trips are like pull over on the side of the road and look at this rock.
That's what happens. They will load you into the van and then drive and then be like, look at the size of this highway. I'm not kidding. We all pile out of the van with our journals. They'll be like, what do you think happened here? And I'll be like, okay, erosion, the river from this to that. And then I say the answer, and then people are still like writing things down. And I'm just like, what else is there to do?
You have to write
Like,
Do
they
like
wrote it
this
away. It's gone.
the rock.
It was a great experience.
Did you get an A in the class?
I did because I could BS an essay. There was a rock.
All you had to do was say erosion.
Like I had the main final essay. Like he said, it was the best paper he's ever read. Was about your favorite place in America. And so the favorite.
How was it about rocks?
No, like it's like your favorite place, and your midterm was to write a paper about your favorite place, and the final was to write it with the stuff you learned in the class. Okay. And I was like, my stupid self, or maybe smart. I made America my favorite place. I don't know. I don't know how I did it. It was just a bunch of BS about the foundation of rocks. I don't know how it goes.
You were like, this country was founded. You know what else was founded? Rock foundations. Let me talk about it.
As someone who's had to grade papers, I just appreciate complete sentences, so maybe that's why.
It has to be. I was like, okay.
The bar is so low.
Day of, it's due. I was like, okay.
I love this ASMR.
Yeah.
All right.
But anyway, guys.
Happy birthday, Ray.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we are going to end sprints. Very late for some people. I don't necessarily think we're doing Friday, but we are doing Monday. So if you want to come to some more sprints, we're going to be doing Monday with some more people. I don't know if we have a complete full house, but we're going to have a lot of wonderful people. So definitely come check them out on Monday. But before you do that, go check out everybody in the description now, because they are the people who are on this show, who are all great, because we've been hanging out, having a great time. And I assume that you like everybody's vibe because they're all wonderful. So definitely go check them out. If you have not subscribed to their channel, do it. If you have, maybe go watch some of their latest videos and give them a like, give them some love on some of their stuff. But that's it from us. Again, we will see you Monday. And everybody have a great rest of your night. Bye.
Good night.